Let me feel your love again.
Yo, what is going on, Papa Fam? It's so good to be back with a Trello 2.0 build. I absolutely am excited for this one. It's something unique. We've never done it on the channel. We're doing drag and drop today, new tech, cutting edge stuff. You know how your boy does it. I'm not gonna disappear for a while and then come back with some old tech. We're going in hard today. We've got the brand new latest Next.js version. We've got some new cloud technology powering today's build. We've got Zustand for the absolutely simplest, best state management I've ever used. Honestly, it's amazing. My pre-workout's kicking. Let me know where you're watching from right now. I am so excited to be back. And guys, I'm not gonna stop these live streams. Every single week, your boy is gonna be dropping fire. So make sure you like the video right now. Subscribe if you haven't already. Already at 250 likes, that's how we do it. Check out the Trello 2.0 AI clone with GPT-4. Get ready, guys. Papa Fam, this is how we do it. Boom. 2.0 Trello. Look at this thing. It's so flipping beautiful. I love it. The design is awesome. Let's go ahead and drag and drop. Oh my goodness, look at that. Oh, hang on, what's that? GPT is summarizing our tasks. That's awesome, right? And then we've even got a really nice modal. Look at this. And guys, this is using Headless UI. So if you haven't already used Headless UI, this is how you do it. Baha, what is up? We've got some OGs in the house. Look guys, let's go ahead and add a new to-do. Let's say, I want to crush this stream, right? And then what you can even do is you can tab. So now I'm literally tabbing through using the keys to go up and down, and I can go on done. I can upload a photo, so I'm gonna hide, so that way, you know, I don't show anything that I shouldn't show. Then we get the nice little preview here. You see right now, we got a nice little preview. We go ahead and add the task. That's gonna go ahead and upload it inside of the Appwrite cloud, and then it's gonna go ahead and pop in our done page. So depending on which one you clicked on, it will go ahead and preset that for us. So you've already got that working. Look at that, I wanna crush this stream, and you can go ahead and move it around. This is persistent, this is all on the database, and we've even got search included. So if I go ahead and type in podcast, you can see we've gone ahead and released the podcast. All right, you can go ahead and it's really fast, really nice stuff. Welcome to the stream. You can see how it filters everything out. You're gonna learn all of this today. And yes, you know how your boy does it. It is responsive. I wouldn't make something that's not responsive. There you go, look at that. So this thing, it works on a phone, works on anything you can imagine. And we've also got some nice cool tricks today. I like how you can get this gradient effect in the background. So much stuff happening right now. We have over 300 people. Let's go, it's been a minute. I'm hyped up. Wow, this is crazy. So somebody goes, Sunny is insanely crazy. Let's go ahead and give a second to read all of the comments. Let's see, we've got Egypt, France, Sweden, India, Czech Republic, oh yeah, what's up? Taiwan, Australia, Estonia, Greece. That is what I'm talking about. UK, Canada, America. That's what I'm saying, guys. Everybody is in the house. That's what I'm saying. This is it. Spain, Serbia. I'll shout you out. India, Ukraine, Kenya. That's what I'm talking about, guys. Good to see everyone here. Look at that. What? This is what I miss. This is what I actually miss. These builds are incredible. It's because of the energy of the Papa Fam. No tutorial is like this. It's just so, oh man, crazy. Let's go ahead and break down this build in terms of, oh my God, you guys are humbling me right now. Jay, look at that chat popping off. Wow. If you guys want to see more videos, you guys are making me like, what? I can't even express how crazy that is. The chat is popping off. Wow. I'll never get used to that. I will never get used to that. If you're watching the replay, turn the chat on right now and just see what's happening. That is crazy. Holy crap. Right, guys, let's go ahead and break down this build so we can get started for you all today. This build is actually powered by the guys over at Appwrite Cloud. So this entire thing is actually super simple behind the scenes, and it's actually thanks to the guys over at Appwrite. So we're going to be building an incredibly fast, scalable solution today. So that way you can go ahead, build it for yourself, do it. The first link in the description is how you can get access, but they've got everything from databases, authentication, storage, functions. They're basically cloud functions, security and privacy, real-time database functionality, all of the good stuff. And they've got so many examples here. So you guys can see they've actually released their beta, which is perfectly working right now. So you're going to see today how we can use it, how we can integrate it. And honestly, a lot of this code is it's like one-line clicks. So you can basically do a one-line command to get something into the database. We always like one-line stuff, right? So that's why we're going to be using this today. It's definitely something that I would recommend, and I definitely suggest that you follow along today, get set up, give it a play with, and because there's so many features that I haven't even covered in this. So if you want to see more videos, let me know after the video has finished in the comment section below, and I'll build whatever you guys want to build and keep on going. So we're going to break down this build so you guys can get into things right now. Somebody says, is there authentication? In this build, I've kept it down to the main functionality. So also, by the way, I forgot to mention, you can actually take the entire columns and look how they're see-through. Oh, look at that. Oh my goodness. And even look at how it turns green. Oh, I love it. It's so satisfying. It's so satisfying. Right now, I just went a bit crazy. That's why I probably got an error. I think I threw too many things around. All right, so let's go ahead and break this stream down. So first things first, we have the React. Oh, okay, 1 minute. Sorry, let me turn the music down a little bit. All right. So first things first, we have Next.js 13. So we got Next.js 13.4. Now I know there's so many changes lately in Next.js 13.3, 0.4, all of these different releases, changes. There is even something called server actions now, which is damn powerful. And I'm actually going to create a future video on that. So don't worry if you're wondering, is he going to use that today? I'm not actually using server actions, but I will create a future video on it. But in Next.js 13.4, we are going to be using the brand new app API directory to create some endpoints. So you've got some fun stuff to look forward to. We then have GPT-4 in the mix as well. We actually have a few things today. So we've got Tailwind CSS. Now, Tailwind CSS, I highly recommend you go ahead and get this sort of, you get practicing with this. That's how you're going to be able to build awesome responsive websites without the headache, right? Honestly, without the headache of media queries and all this crap, right? I hate this. So in that case, someone says, are you wearing sun cream? Honestly, I am, because it's really hot. so I am trying my best to protect myself. We've got Headless UI. Now, if you haven't used Headless UI, I need to turn off Grammarly. Right now I'm live and it's popping up everywhere. Jay, help me out with that afterwards. So in this case, we're also going to be doing TypeScript. So we've got TypeScript in the mix as well. So we're going to be building robust code that's going to be, less error prone. So I'm answering your questions as it comes in. Alfonso says, TypeScript? Yep, we've got you covered with TypeScript. We've got some search sort of functionality. So I'm going to show you how to integrate something like a search field. And we even have, and I've not actually done this in any of the builds so far. We're going to be talking about the map object inside of JavaScript. So if you've never used something like a map object, I'm going to be showing you something like basically a map object today. So I'm going to break it down. We're actually going to do it in a really sort of cool use case. And what I did here was, you can call it over engineering. I really don't care. I'm trying to teach you a lot of different principles in these videos, but I want you to come out of this knowing what maps are and how to use them and why they're a bit more efficient sometimes, okay? So we've got the map object inside, and obviously we cannot forget that we have the drag and drop library, okay? So it's called Beautiful DnD. So I'm just gonna write DnD, and that stands for drag and drop. Now the crazy thing is the library was actually bought out by Atlasan, and Atlasan actually bought Trello. So thank you, Atlasan, for this video, because that's literally who made it possible. So that's really cool. We've got the cloud powered by Appwrite. So we've got Appwrite powering our cloud, and that's where we're going to be using today. So everything that we're doing on the back end is essentially powered by the Appwrite cloud. And that is pretty much, of course, I've missed out the biggest thing. We have Zustand. So if you haven't heard of Zustand, this is essentially a very new bit of technology. Now, I am actually somebody who is quite skeptical when it comes to, touching new bits of tech. Or like, I will tend to use them, but I will run them through coaching calls in my community, 0 to Full Stack Hero, the coaching community. You can definitely check it out. Second link in the description. But I will go ahead and try these things out, see if they're actually useful, see what my students react to them, see how useful they are in my production gigs, and then I will actually go ahead and make a decision as to if I want to push it on YouTube. Now, Zustand is absolutely incredible. It's simple, it's so easy to understand and implement, and that is why I'm going to show you how to use it in today's build as a replacement for something like Redux. So it is actually, honestly, it's going to blow you away. Like, I do so much cool stuff with this, including handling the modal state. So when you click on a modal, it's going to handle that state. So when we do this right here, and bear in mind, you can actually click out. So I'm going to show you how to do all of this. Even if I press escape, you can click out. So all of this stuff's ready to happen, right? You've got all of this, Zustand. Then we're going to keep the board state inside of that global state as well. And we've also got the user's interaction. So notice how when I click on a to-do column, it already highlights to-do. If I click on a in progress column, it says in progress. And if I click over here in the done column, it's already highlighting done. So you're going to learn loads of things like that, right? Somebody says, why did I take off a beard? I still got my beard. What are you talking about? Craziness. 300 likes already. Let's get that number up to 1,000. You know how we do it, right? So a lot of people saying, what do I use to write on the screen? A screen brush. That's it, right? Okay, so let's go ahead and dive into today's build. But before we do, at any point, if you get a little bit confused or you're not really sure on, you know, if this is too advanced for you, do not quit. Instead, what I recommend is you check out all my free content. And if you really enjoy the free content and how we do things, then I highly recommend you check us out at Zero to Full Stack Hero. This is our internal community. This is not only just a course, it's a massive community of Papa Fam members. You can go ahead to papareact.com, the second link in the description, click on enroll now, and you'll literally head over to our page. Tons of stuff here, right? If you want to see what people are saying about our course, check out the reviews tab on papareact.com and you see for yourself, right? There's literally, we've got so many members inside there. And somebody goes, it looks like you get a haircut. Okay, it distracted me. But in this case, yeah, you can go ahead, check it out. We've got real members, real people talking about the success. And honestly, it's just everything you need to go from absolute basics to crushing it and beyond, right? We've always got your back, and this is a lifetime community. So join it. You'll be a lifetime member, and that's how we work, right? We literally have a community where we help each other out. We help each other level up. We help each other do like professional gigs. All that good stuff happens inside of there. And if you want daily emails with coding challenges, then you can even feel free to check out the University of Code. Our latest and greatest newsletter is at the top over on papareact.com. Basically, coding challenges every day, every single day to your inbox with the solution the following day. So you can go ahead, check it out yourself. But all of that is available at papareact.com. So make sure you check it out. That is how we essentially support everything that we do. So honestly, it's a win-win. We go ahead and help you out. And yeah, this is what we do. And this is how I'm able to constantly go deep into topics that I can't always do on a live stream, right? So I want you guys to learn the most. So this is something that I can help you out with. Let's see, is Appwrite like Supabase? Appwrite is a full suite of tools, right? So you've got everything from database to authentication to cloud functions to everything you can imagine that you need in most production apps, you pretty much have. So in that case, this is something that I want you to go ahead and give it a try, okay? You guys are so funny. Okay, we've got over 350 people watching. This is incredible. Let's jump into the build. If you're excited and if you're ready for this one, make sure you hit the subscribe button right now, hit the like button, and yeah, we're gonna go ahead and crush it. Everything in today's build, by the way, that we are gonna use is free. So I want to make that very important. Everything that we are going to use in today's build that you see on the screen right now is free. So make sure you do this. Make sure you go ahead and add this to your portfolio and keep this as a project, because honestly, it's a really nice project to have on your portfolio. That's it. We're going to get started with today's video. So I'm going to go ahead and show you what I like to use. Now, I'm going to show you as if I was doing it from absolutely scratch. So that way you can go ahead and follow along, because I know a lot of the time some people are like, how the hell did you just do that, right? So I'm going to show you literally as if I'm Googling it, right? So the first thing I like to do is use create next app. Okay, so create next app, oops, APP, right, so APP. And I like to do it with Tailwind, simple as, right? But this time we're actually going to use create next app, the Canary edition, right? So I'm going to use the Canary edition. You can use, honestly, quite frankly, you can use any one you want, but this is how I would typically find it, right? So you can do, I would say safe. Oh, wow. Abo, thank you so much. I'm going to turn the volume come flying through my ears. We've got Abo with a $10 donation. We also had a lovely donation from one of our other members. It's gone now. I couldn't see who it was, but thank you so much. Earlier, before we started, it was kicking off. So absolutely incredible stuff. Thank you. So this is what we're going to do. npx create next app at latest inside your terminal. If npx does not run, then all you have to do is install Node. So Google Node and you'll be able to install it, okay? So we're going to open up a terminal to get started. Let's go ahead and pull this up. Let's get into a flow state now, okay? So remember, all of these videos are timestamped afterwards. This is live right now, but don't worry, if you're busy and you have to go away and you want to come back, you can do that. It's all good, okay? This is all literally going to be straight up on the channel afterwards. So we're going to go into, I like to keep things organized. So I'm going to go into my documents, my builds folder. Good stuff. And if you're wondering, yes, all of this is going to be available on the GitHub repo afterwards. So you can go ahead and download the code. All the links that you're looking for are in the description. Okay, let's go ahead and do this. So builds right now, let's go ahead and jump in. We're going to say npx create next app at latest. And you don't even have to put a title in, right? You can just go ahead and run that command, and then it will go ahead and prompt you to ask you what you want to call it and everything you want to do after that. So let's go ahead and see what that says. And now it says, is it okay to proceed? We're going to say, yes, it's fine. What is your project name? We're going to go ahead and say Trello, Appwrite, clone, and I'm just going to say YouTube, but you can call it whatever you want. All right. Would you like to use TypeScript with this project? I'm going to say, yes, I would like to use TypeScript. Would you like to use ESLint? Yes. Would you like to use Tailwind? Yes. Would you like to use the source directory? No, we don't really care about the source directory. Okay. You want to use the app router, which is the new Next.js 13.3, I believe it came in, router, or whenever it came in, Next.js 13 though. Let's say yes. Would you like to customize the default import alias? No. And a lot of you are wondering, or may have not seen that import alias. I'm going to show you today. It's really nice. This is like a little addition that they've added in the template. You can see they're constantly updating this. So if you're watching an old build and you're not getting these options, then don't worry about it. They're going to change that command. Whatever the case, just look at the migration, the latest docs, adapt your code and so forth. Okay. While that's loading, we got a few people asking about 0 to Full Stack Hero. Yes, if you want today only, actually, there's a coupon code podcast10, so you can feel free because we've been pretty heavy on the podcast scene lately. So if you want to join the active community, then make sure you head over to Appwrite.com, use podcast10 for 10% off on our platinum and diamond memberships. Mohammed Faizan says, yo, Sonny, I hope you see this. Just because of your vlog videos about freelancing, I was able to grab my first freelancing gig. That is awesome, man. I hope I'll join the full stack community. Thanks to you, my man. Dude, that is sick. That is awesome, man. Thank you so much. I'm glad it helps you out. Henry says, any reason to not use this source directory? Not necessarily. I just like it cleaner. I'll be honest with you. That's why I don't use it. All right. So let's go into our directory. So CD, Trello, Appwrite, clone YouTube. And then I'm going to do code dot. And this will basically open up VS Code with our project, okay? So then I can close this. I can go ahead and I'm going to prepare myself by setting up my screens in the way that I expect it, okay? So I'm going to push this over here, make this go over there, close this up. And now what you can see is if I go into my app, my page.tsx, we have a bunch of stuff inside of here, okay? So Command J opens up our terminal. We're going to click on output. And here I'm going to hide the first one and the last one. So I just have my terminal. That means we basically shifted over. So we've got our project open the way we want it. And we want to essentially just run this app now, okay? So first thing I want to do is I've actually taken screenshots of the old app. So don't worry about it. We have screenshots of all of this. So you guys can actually, we can run through it afterwards. And I forgot to mention, by the way, this is actually using GPT-4. So that's actually using the OpenAI API. And it's actually going ahead and taking the to-dos that we're going to go ahead and format and pass to it. And it's providing a summary of the things that we have to do today, right? And if I move things around, it will go ahead and calculate another summary for the day, right? So it's pretty cool. And this is an example of how you can use AI in a very simple fashion. In this case, it shows us what we have to do today. So again, I'm just giving you the tech, the platform. You can go ahead and run with it, build some really cool apps, right? So let's go forward and do what we were doing. So heading over, I'm going to go ahead and, so here we're going to go ahead and I'm going to cut my old app. So let me cut that one off. And we're going to say npm, because I've got package JSON, package lock. If you had yarn lock, then you'd be using yarn. I'm going to say npm run dev. And this will basically start my app inside of a developer environment. This is crazy, guys. We're at 300 likes. That's no 400 likes nearly. And we're at over 300 people watching. I love you guys. I actually bloody love you guys. This is so sick. This is so sick. Like for the first video in a while. Oh my God. Thank you guys. This is a song I was going to play in the beginning. Right, so now we've got this open. I'm going to go to localhost now. So I'm going to refresh my page. And what we should see is a Next.js starter template. So we're going to go from the Next.js starter template to this. So this is what you should see right now. So this is your starting point, okay? Now what we're going to do is eradicate all of this. So that way we've got a clean template to start building things. Command J to hide everything. We're going to go into the main tag and we're going to delete everything inside of the page.tsx. And I'm going to type in H1 and say hello. Let's just say Trello 2.0 clone, right? AI clone, because we are using a bit of AI here. And then I'm going to go ahead and get rid of that. And I'm going to get rid of that. Okay. Now, inside the app directory, it's worth mentioning that in Next.js 13, anything inside the app directory is actually naturally a server component. Server components mean by default, they're rendering on the server. So some things aren't available to us out of the box unless we convert it to a client component. So don't get freaked out by all of this. Just know that if you get some random error when you're trying to use state, that's what's going to happen. But we'll explain a lot of that in a second. Let's go over to layout.tsx. This is the layout file, which is responsible for your presentational logic, right? So we're going to go ahead and get rid of the font stuff. We don't care about that. We don't really need to change that right now. We're going to keep it very simple. The children is essentially where our page is rendered into on the layout itself. Okay, let's get to 1,000 likes, guys. Over 400 likes already. The video's not even 20 minutes in, and we're definitely getting to 1,000 likes. Let's keep going, right? And we can go ahead and change the title with it like here. We can say Trello 2.0 clone. And we can say generated by the Papa Fam. There we go, bam. And then the final piece of the puzzle is globals. Now the top three right here are responsible for pulling in all the Tailwind utility classes. All that means is, you know those little nice Tailwind classes where we basically write like text red 500, all that stuff is basically pulled in here, and they are called utility classes because they go ahead and actually translate to real CSS rules which can be read by the browser, okay? So we're gonna go ahead, head over back to root, delete all of this, hit save, close that. Now what you should see on your page is this, and that means that we should have a very empty page, and that is good because we want to have a blank sheet to start with. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and pull this out. I'm going to go ahead and move this over here. Let's go ahead and pop that to the side, and now we've got a perfect starting point. Okay, so the first step, there's a lot of different areas that we're going to have to build today, right? So I'm going to go ahead and just try and get a little bit of sense into this as to how we can go ahead and move forward with this in the most efficient way. So what I've done is I've actually gone ahead and screenshotted a bunch of things, and what I'm going to do right now is open those screenshots and then keep things up on the page. So that way we're going to refer to this as a design element, and I'm doing this because a lot of you actually really like this approach. Okay, so as you can see, imagine we have so we've just started as a developer at the Papa Fam headquarters, right? This is our designer documentation. So a designer comes to us, says, I want to build this. How the hell do I build that, right? So now we're going to break this down and build this entire app, okay? And it's got drag and drop functionality, everything that you expect, but we're doing it in exactly the way that it would be in a real life situation. So hopefully this should give you some real world context, okay? So now we've got this screen. So I say we break it up into sections. We've got the header, and then we've got the board, right? I think that sounds good. I think in fact, what we'll do is we'll consider all of this the header, and then we'll consider the rest of it the board, okay? So let's go ahead and get started with that. So the way I like to do it is I drop a comment. Simple as I say that this is going to be the header component, and this is going to be the board component. Pretty simple. It's going to be two components, the header and the board. That's it, okay? So just to get us warmed up, we're going to start with the header component. So I'm going to go ahead and create a header component. Now this is going to complain because there is no header component. So what we're going to do is I'm actually going to close this, go to my package.json level, create a new folder and call this the components folder. This is going to be responsible for all the components. Now it's worth mentioning that inside the components folder, we also have server-side rendered components. So all of them are server components by default. Okay. Oh my God, that's absolutely beautiful. John Anthony says, hi Sunny, I just want to let you know that you are the reason why I afford to support my family. You're so lit. Dude, I am humbled. That is incredible. Thank you so much for sharing that. And yeah, blessed. That is amazing. Thank you so much. We're going to go into the components, and we're going to go ahead and create a new component called header.tsx. And we're going to say RFCE. Now, if you're probably wondering, I did RFCE and my computer doesn't look like that. Well, that's because you haven't got the extension that I'm about to show you right now. So inside of your extensions tab, I want you to go ahead and type in ES. I always forget it. Is it ES6 or ES5, ES6 snippets? Yeah, ES7. So you want to type in ES7 snippets, this one here. Okay, I want you to type this in and install this extension. That's how you do RFCE, and it pops up with everything. All right, so you want to install this one, and while you're there, I also want you to install the Tailwind CSS extension. This is going to be really important for the times where you see when you're adding in your utility classes, it goes ahead and gives you all the options that you can go ahead and pop in like so. It's really important. Honestly, it makes your life so much easier. I 100% recommend it. Okay, and it's very good when you're learning how to do Tailwind stuff. So now we've created our header component. Let's head over back to page, click on the end of header, and the nice little trick is if you press Control Spacebar, you get this nice little import. Now, I go ahead and hit enter, and as you can see, it auto imported it. Now, something which is really cool here, guys, is that you can see we've got this @ sign. Now, this new @ sign is something which is not really that new, but we just haven't seen it much because I don't really tend to do it in the builds unless it was set up for me because we were in a rush. But the reality is this is called an alias. Now, what this does is it says go to the top level or whatever we've assigned to that. And I will show you how you can define what that refers to in the path. So rather than doing like ... so forth, now instead you can simply say @ to go to the top level, then you can go into components, then you can go into header. That way, no matter where you are, you can just say @/app, @/components. And the way you do this is you go into tsconfig, head over to paths, and as you can see, the at path simply refers to the top level. So this means that the top level, and then it's got a wildcard for anything that you want to put in. So this will correlate to this wildcard. And that's essentially how you do it. So it's actually really simple to get that working, but it's a game changer. Okay, so now we're going to go into our header and we should see the header popped in like so. This is great. Okay, so I want to, okay, can I not shut my Grammarly off? I use Grammarly lately. It's pretty cool. Can I just deactivate it? Yeah, there we go. Get off. That's it. We're good. Okay, so at this point now, there we go. Nice. So I'm going to change this to a header syntax. We're going to be a little bit SEO friendly. Get rid of that. We don't no longer need to say that it's a header import, sorry. And then the first thing we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and start styling out. So let's go ahead and use this as our reference. We've got an image tag here. Then we've got a nice little gap here. So in fact, this is going to be an image. This is going to be a div, which takes up all of this space. And then we're going to have a search bar and a avatar on the right. Okay. And Mobix says, there we go, don't you think? So we're actually using Zustand today for state management, and trust me, it's so easy to do. Okay, guys, this is incredible. We're nearly at 500 likes already. If you're watching this and you enjoy the content, you want to see more videos like this, destroy that like button for the algorithm, so that way this video gets out to more people. I love you guys. That is absolutely sick. All right, let's go to the image component. So I'm going to go ahead and pop in an image right now. So first up, we're going to use the Next.js image tag. So Next.js image tag like so. I'm going to go over to control spacebar and you can see next image. Okay. Now what I've done is I've made your life a little bit easier. I've added a source tag, which I've shortened into my own URL. Okay. Simply the Trello logo. And this is complaining because you also need to say something like the alt tag, right? So you have to give that. Now it's not just going to work like this. You have to give it either a fill or a width and height. So in this case, I've given it a width of 300 and I'm going to give it a height of 100. And this is basically how Next.js determines how to optimize and render it before you've done anything, right? So we go to the class name now. Now here, what I want to do is I'm going to say width is 44 on a mobile view. But as we hit a medium screen, so this is called breakpoints, then it's going to be a width of 56, okay? I'm using so many different plugins that is super annoying right now. There we go, all right? And then we're going to go ahead and say the padding bottom of 10. We're going to say, and on the medium screen, we're going to go to a padding bottom of 0. And then we're going to say object should contain itself. That means it doesn't stretch out and look strange. Now, as soon as I hit save, we should see an error. This is because Next.js likes to optimize our images. Now, we have to whitelist what images we're actually allowing to come from and what domains they're coming from. If we don't, everyone could misuse this because they could, be pulling in images left, right, center from different domains, and then there's a bit of a problem. So we have to basically say, we trust this domain. How do we do that? It's very simple. Look at the error message. It says host name, and it'll give you the host name. Copy that host name, then head over to next config. Next config is simply inside of here. Notice how I don't even need to say using the app directory anymore. So previously we had to say app directory. Now we don't actually have to do it anymore because it's now it's working. Here we simply say images, and then we're going to go ahead and type in domains. Okay. And I'm going to pass in an array. Now I'm going to go ahead and pop it in like so. links.papareact.com. Now what actually happens now is it actually does restart the server for us, but I'm a little bit skeptical. I like to play it safe. I'm going to cancel the server with Control-C and then restart it again because I've had a few weird errors whenever I decide to do that. Right. But they are upgrading it, which is nice. Right. So we go ahead and refresh and we should see that this disappears and we should see a logo at the top. Hey, we've got the Trello logo. Okay. So that's a good start. Next up, what we want to do is we want to have a div, which is going to include the search box. Okay. So as I mentioned before, we've got the left side and then we've got a div with the search box and the custom avatar. Okay. So this is going to be the div next to it. Now inside of here, we're going to have a search box and the avatar, which is the little circle with somebody's name in it. Okay. Now for the search box, we're going to make our own custom search box. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and pop in a form, and inside the form, I'm going to have a input field and I'm going to have a button. Okay. The button is going to say search, but I actually want to hide this button so we can create some funky, nice UI to it. Okay, now at the moment we can't really see anything because it's kind of white and we've got, yeah, it's a bit hidden, right? So what I want to do now is I also want to have an icon next to it, right? So there's a few things that we need to change here. Firstly, in order to get that icon, I'm actually going to use something called hero icons. So head over to heroicons.com. This is a library that is supposed to be used with Tailwind. Guys, we're almost at 500 likes. Do me a favor, destroy it and carry on watching. Right, hit the like button. Let's go to documentation. Go to here we go, and then go down, and it should show us how to install. So for React, we simply do an npm install. We head over to our code, Command J to pull up our terminal, and as you can see, we're already running something here. Okay, so what I want you to do is basically, you can either do two options. If I'm working on a bigger screen, I actually split the terminal, but in this case, I'm just going to open up a second terminal. So my first is running the app. The second is going to go ahead and be my install terminal. I always like to have a few separate ones running. So we've installed the stuff that we need, and then it tells us how to go ahead and use it. So in this case, I need two different icons. So I'm going to go ahead and import them like so. Eventually, we're going to use the user circle, but the magnifying glass is what I need. Now, if you're wondering, how did he search for it though? Well, all you need to do is type in, for example, user. You can go ahead and see for yourself here, it pops up, right? And then you can go ahead and use it like so. So in this case, we've done the hero icon step. So I'm going to go ahead and add in the magnifying glass icon. Now I'm going to go ahead and style this a little bit by saying it should have a height of 6, a width of 6, and I want it to have text gray 400. Oops, my bad. Text gray 400. Okay. And what we should see now is we get a nice little icon, which is a lot better than nothing, right? Now for the input type, we should have a placeholder value. That way the user can see where they're supposed to type in. And it also allows me to show you the changes that are happening as we do what we do. Right, so for the form, this looks horrible right now. So let's go ahead and fix it up. So I want to change this to make it look like a really nice form. So firstly, we're going to put flex. By default, naturally, the children go into a row. As you see, the search is now next to the magnifying glass. Then we're going to say the item should be centrally aligned on the y-axis. We're going to give it a space between each other, like each item of 5. That's why it's spaced apart. Then we're also going to say the background should be white. Round the corners off, padding of 2, give it a shadow of medium, right? And as you can see already, it's looking pretty decent, right? It should be flex 1. No, so that's not going to be flex 1 yet. We'll handle that afterwards, right? I'll show you how we do that. Yeah, so actually it's true. Flex 1, because on a mobile screen, I want that to take up the entire width. And then afterwards, I want it to be flex initial on larger screens. So that way, yeah, it'll make sense once we actually complete that part. So let's carry on. We've got the magnifying glass here. We got that perfect. The input field, we're going to go ahead and give that a flex 1 rule. And right now the flex rules here. So if we do flex 1 here, it means that the input field is going to take up. So you see right now, it's not taking up the full width, right? If as soon as I hit save on flex 1, watch how it takes up the full width. That means because you're saying that child should take up the maximum space that it has. Yeah. So that's how we essentially do it. Right. And then also you see this ugly blue line. I don't want that. I'm going to say outline none. Right. So outline none gets rid of that blue line. Makes it a lot cleaner. And then it's too close together. So padding of 2, a little bit of breathing room now. Now that's looking much nicer. Hey, good. Okay. So we got a nice little search field. The final bit is this button. We give it the type of submit. Okay, and what this does now is it acts as the enter key. So when you're inside of a form and you have a button with type submit, if I go ahead and type in a bunch of stuff and I hit enter, notice how the page refreshed. That symbolizes to me that we actually submitted that form. Okay, so that's a good start. Yeah, so let's carry on strong. So now inside the div for the surrounding box, we actually want to go ahead and before we carry on, I want to just modify something here. So we're going to go ahead and have a div that surrounds everything. So inside the image and so forth. So over this image, over this div. So let's have a div which surrounds everything. Yeah. And this div is going to start having some rules. So we're going to say it should be flex. There you go. And then, so what we're going to do is we're going to do mobile first design, which is how you should typically do it, right? So we can say flex column on a mobile view. This means that it goes into a mobile view. Now, when we go to a bigger screen, it's going to become flex row. Okay. Because basically, as we're on a mobile view, I want it to stack up like this, but on a bigger screen, you see, I want it to go across like that, right? Once that's done, we can say items should be centrally aligned. So as soon as we do that, so now you can see it centers on the phone, and over here it centers, you can't actually see it because there's no padding, but trust me, it does, right? P of 5 to go ahead and give it a bit of space from the corners. And I'm going to give it a background gray of 500. Now, that's really strong. So I want to give it /10. That is basically a shorthand for make the background gray the shade of 500, but 10% opacity. Boom, 500 likes. That is crazy. I think that's a record. In 34 minutes, we hit 500 likes. Let's get to 1,000. That is absolutely crazy, right? Crazy stuff. Round the corners off. So bottom 2XL. Now you can see I've got these nice little corners rounded off by a very subtle difference, but these things are what caused that nice change to happen. So look at that, already looking pretty sweet. Now you see here how the Trello is right next to this, right? This is because if we were to inspect this, these are only using up the minimum space that they should be, all right? So if we now go to my image and we basically say, I want you to use up the full width. So it wasn't actually that one. It was, I'm going to fix that afterwards actually. So we'll do that after. This one is, yeah, that's fine. Okay, so let's do, yeah, that's it. I got it. Right, so this div, yeah. So the div surrounding the search field, we're going to go ahead and say class name. And I'm going to say this is a flex box. And right now it's only got one child in there because we haven't got the avatar in there. So I'll tell you what, before I do that, I'm going to add the avatar in. So this avatar, new library, so it's kind of fun, right? So this new library is called React Avatar, right? So it's a pretty funky library. I used it more out of convenience, if I'm totally honest, but you can feel free to use whatever you want. So this is React Avatar. We're going to install it. And what I like, the reason why I like it is because you can actually use a bunch of things like Skype ID, GitHub, Google, Facebook ID, and it will go ahead and grab your picture for you. So I thought that was pretty cool. So we're going to go ahead and just do that right now. And I'm simply going to put a name in there. So in this case, npm. So as I mentioned, this will be on your portfolio. So really what's going to happen here is it's going to be one of those ones that you put on your portfolio. I'm going to make it to a level where, again, it's just going to be statically for one user, right? You can go ahead and upgrade it and so forth as you wish. I'm going to make it a little bit bigger for everyone. So hopefully that helps you out. Mobix, thank you so much. He goes, you've done an amazing job, man. Now with the podcast, you have no idea how you changed my life. I was so scared of using React and TypeScript, but thanks to you, I'm about to launch my own website. It's comments like that that make my day. Thank you so much, dude. I appreciate you. Right. So in this case, we have a flex. So we've got the avatar. So now I'm going to go ahead and use the avatar. So here I'm going to say avatar, and you see how it imported it automatically for me. So avatar space name equals, in this case, I'm just going to say Sunny Sanga, right? You can feel free to look at the library and customize it as you wish, right? I'm just giving you the tools to go ahead and get things started off. So if I do that, you'll notice that, okay, that was not a great one. That freaked out. Avatar name round. Okay, let's refresh. Why is that freaking out? Let's have, oh, okay, this is a client-side component. Okay, so actually we're going to do a lot of things here inside the header, which is going to require state and a few things like that. So what we're going to do in this case is we have to convert this server component, because in Next.js 13, everything by default is a server component. So in this case, I'm going to go ahead and convert this to a client-side component. This means that it is rendered on the client. So basically the rest of the page, which is a server component, gets rendered on the server, but this header component, basically when the page loads, then on the browser of the client, it executes the code, right? So that's basically what's happening when I say use client. So it doesn't do it on the server, it does it over here. Now, what you'll find is that we should not get that error anymore. There you go. That's why. So that's a big sort of thing that you have to look out for now as we transition into this sort of server component realm, yeah? So now what we're going to do is use the nice little features of this library. We're going to make it round. We're going to go ahead and say the color should be a value. And I've got this nice Trello blue, right? I should really give it a name, but in this case, I'm just using it simply. We're going to go ahead and pop it in like so. It's got the Trello blue. And then I'm going to go ahead and say a size of 50, right? So 50, like so. And again, you can change this to whatever you want. You can say Elon Musk, and then you see it becomes EM and so forth, right? But I'm going to go ahead and say Sunny Sanga. Yeah, nice. So now we've got our, our easy bit there, right? So you can, Liam, you can definitely render what you can on the server. So again, you can optimize it at so many levels. I'm just showing you the base, and then you can feel free to elevate it. I'm just trying to show you a mixture of the things, but I'm not going to go so far in. If you want to see me really optimize 0 to full stack hero in a coaching call is where I do that kind of stuff. So again, papareact.com, second link in the description, and I will help you out with it, all of that, right? So I would recommend, if you really want to elevate, the diamond package is honestly the one that we get raves about. Yeah, so definitely check it out. So we go to the div class name, and now I'm going to say flex items center. And as you can see now we get this like really nice effect going on, right? So this is what I wanted to show you. I want to space this out. So space X of 5. So there you go, space X of 5, flex 1. So what this will do now is, if I make it a bit bigger here, so what you're not seeing is that this is actually by doing flex 1. So if I get rid of this, I'm going to say BG red. Right, I just want to show, I'll make a point to you. BG red 500. Okay. So notice how it's only using up what it should be using. Right. So if I do flex 1, boom, it uses up the full width now. Okay. Then what I can do is I can say justify it right over to the end. So justify to the end. And then what it does is it throws it over to the side. Okay. And then on a mobile device, you'll notice how it's only small. So what I can say is make the width full as well. And as you can see now, on the mobile device, it's width full, and on the bigger device, it's going to be nice and snug in the corner. And then obviously we can get rid of our red color that I was using for demonstrational purposes. And then we go. Look at that. I hope that was a good explanation of how we did that. But yeah, you can see how clean that was, right? So look at that. It's really clean. You've got a beautiful UI, and just simply like that, little tricks that you learn over time. And yeah, you can do that. Yeah, I'm devs. That's perfect explanation. Yes, use client is for things that can't be done on the server, have to be done in the browser. Hence, we convert it to a client-side component, and then we use it, right? But I wouldn't recommend making your entire page client-side. Just do the components individually, right? Yes, I loved, look at the community. This is what I'm talking about. Guys, read the comments if you're watching this back. There's some really great stuff in there right now. Okay, so we got the avatar done. Okay, that's great. Now, after the avatar, so after this div, what I now I'm going to do is have another div, and this is going to be where the suggestion will be, right? So in this case, you see this suggestion right here, right? So I kind of want to have this still as part of the header, right? You can really, you can exclude this out and do it separately as a different component if you really want, but it's completely your call. Here I'm going to have a user circle icon, and I'm going to say something like this. I'm going to say the class name should be an inline block, right? It should be a height of 10, height of 10, width of 10, height of 10, width of 10. And you're going to mix the music up a little bit. Let's go to some of the new tracks that we've got on the Pop Fan playlist. Again, papareact.com, right at the bottom, sign up to that newsletter and you'll get access to the entire playlist if you like the music that you're hearing right now. All right, guys, we're almost at 600 likes. Let's go, Papa Fam. That is what I'm talking about. We're going to say height of 10, width of 10. We're going to give the color of this person to be the blue that I talked about earlier, and we're going to give it a margin right of 1. So boom. And if you're wondering, yeah, I actually do listen to this this music when I'm coding. So this is literally my playlist I listen to, right? So just go ahead and hit save, refresh. So you can see now it's blue, looking nice. And then yeah, that's pretty great. Okay. And eventually we're going to have it, if it's loading, that's going to spin, right? So that's perfect for the p tag. I'm going to center that p tag by saying flex items center, justify everything in the center. A nice little trick for centering a div. And then we say MD padding Y. So only on medium screens or above, I want to add padding Y. So in this case, you see there's no padding here, but if I'm on a medium screen, it adds the padding, right? So I want to do that just in this case. Okay. Now for this p tag, I'm going to say that it should be text, should be, actually, before I do any flex here, inside of here, I want to have a suggestion as well. So this is a p tag. So I'm actually embedding the icon as part of the text, and then I'll have a suggestion. So eventually we'll hook this up to GPT, but for now, I'm just going to say GPT is summarizing your day. Okay. So that way you guys can see. So now you can see that this is slightly off character, right? This is not like perfectly aligned. And the trick that you can do is, as we have two inner children technically here, we can actually do flex, and we can do items, center. And notice how it's perfectly aligned. So nice little tricks, right? Text small, font should be light. I'm going to do padding right of 5. And I'm going to say shadow XL. So that way he's got a nice little shadow to it. Round the corners off with extra large rounding. I'm going to make it fit only where it needs to fit. The background should be white. It should be italic. And it should be a maximum width ever of 3XL. And I want the text to be on a fancy ass blue, right? That just, there you go, fancy, boom. There we go, nice. All right, there you go. Look at that, looking clean, right? Something's off though. The padding is off, right? So I forgot to add padding in the p tag. Yeah, of course. So here, so padding of 5. Bam, that's much better, right? So now you can see GPT is summarizing your task for the day. Right now, obviously it's not. We're gonna go ahead and add that in afterwards. Yeah. So guys, this is absolutely crazy. Over 350 people watching across platforms. Wow, thank you so much. That is awesome. Just unbelievable. Actually unbelievable. Right. So at this point now, things are looking pretty good, I think. So I'm happy with that. That looks pretty nice. Now I'm going to show you the trick for the color gradient. Okay, so you see this color gradient in the back. Now, something that you might have not noticed, slight designers will notice this, right? Only the designers will notice this, but that is not white. That is gray, right? So, and what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to change the background color to a gray. So we're going to go to page.tsx and we're going to start modifying the color. I think I did it in, I did it in the layout. So typically you should be doing that kind of change in your layout. So for the overall body, I'm going to say that the background color is a custom color. Now I've actually grabbed this from a design sheet that I was working on. So I've got a background color, and as you'll see now, it very slightly changed it. But the nice thing is it makes the white pop. That's why I like it, right? The only thing that's bothering me here is in the header on that P tag, I simply don't have a little bit of, I just need a tiny bit of padding on the phone. There you go. That's nice. Yeah, it's a tiny bit of padding, and then it goes to a bigger padding on a desktop. That's beautiful. Okay, so how do we get that really nice gradient effect that you see here? Because it changes up everything, right? So what we can do is we can go over to our header component. So I'm in the header component, and what we're going to do is we're simply going to add in basically a hidden div, right? So we go inside the div that's responsible for outputting everything, and here I'm going to add in a hidden div, right? So Let's Code says your projects have made me understand the concepts clearly. I love you, Sonny. Thank you so much, Let's Code. I appreciate you, man. All right, so they're going to go and say div, and this is basically an invisible div that will act as a gradient. Now here's the trick. We're going to say class name, and I want this to be absolutely positioned across the entire screen. That's what I want, right? I want it to be top of 0. And what I'm going to actually do here is drop it down like this, so you guys can actually really see what the rules are I'm doing, right? So top of 0, left of 0. That means it basically goes to top left, and then I'm going to expand it out, right? So the width should be 4. So if you think about it, now it's expanding the entire page starting from the top left, right? The height should be 96. 96, it basically goes down to around this length, which is perfect. That's all I want. Right? I don't want it to go across the entire screen. Then I'm going to say it should have a background gradient, which is to the bottom right. Right? So as you can see, I save, nothing happens because I haven't specified what the colors are for the background gradient. Okay, so I'm going to say from pink 400 to, and I've got that blue, right? That really nice blue. Let's go ahead and grab it. And again, I want you guys to customize it. And what I'd love is if you customize yours and then do a little screenshot, send it to me on Instagram. I'd love to see what you guys build out of this. Right, so let's go ahead and hit save. And now you can see, boom, we get that. Now, as you can see, everything's hidden. It doesn't look, that does not look like that. How do we get it there? Right? Well, very subtle changes. All we have to do is simple. We have to round the corners. Yeah. And as you can see now, we've got a nice little rounded corner. That's definitely not going to do it though, right? We have to say filter, because we're going to add a filter to this, right? And this basically prepares the browser for what we're about to do. Then we can say blur 3XL. Now you can see, ooh, we get this nice effect going on. Then what we can do is we can say the opacity, 3XL, we say opacity is going to be 50. Right now you can see it goes behind, as in like, well, it's a lot harder to see, but we still have a problem here, right? It's like in front of everything. So what we do here is we use something called Z indexes. So I'm simply going to use a minus Z index of 50. Everything else basically, so Z indexes, think of them as layering. So by setting a minus Z index, so minus Z of 50, it's basically going to the back, right? And then what I can do is, if I really want to control things, I can say minus Z 40 will go in front of that one, and then go all the way up to Z 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, or whatever, right? But the point is that you can then stack the layers as you wish, because sometimes you might have an issue where, just like now, you want something to go behind another element, okay? So yeah, hopefully that helps you out. Smash the like button if you learned something new about Z indexes, right? Oh my God, this is crazy. We got 350 people in the house, 600 likes on the way. That is sick. All right, this is looking great. All right, I'm very happy with this. So now we are going to proceed to the next part. So we've got that looking pretty nice. So let's go ahead and start with the board, right? We're going to be coming back and forth, moving around loads, but this is where we basically get our hands dirty, right? So let's go to the page, and here we're going to go ahead and remove this, and we're simply going to go ahead and put a board in play, right? So I'm going to get rid of this like so. Now the board, let's go ahead and create this component. So I'm going to go ahead and create a component here, board.tsx, and then I'm going to say rfce. Right, you can go ahead and get rid of this, and then we have our board. Go back to the page, simply import it like so. So go ahead and do control space bar, bam, we have our beautiful board, right? Looks great, right? I love this. And yes, thank you, Ryan, for noticing that. I'm trying my best to break down every detail, every step. Sometimes I have a habit of just flying forward, so hopefully this helps you out, okay? So this is looking pretty good, right? So this is going to literally be our top level page. So you see, your page, by the way, should always be a high level functional sort of element, right? It shouldn't be every bit of logic is at your page level. It should break things down into a way that is concise, and it's just clear to see that is my header and my board. That's my page. And then everything goes deeper than that, okay? That's how you should be building your apps. Yeah. So now let's go ahead and start with the board. Okay, so the board, lots of different elements here, right? We've got this nice to-dos, we've got the different columns and so forth. The library, in fact, that we're going to be using, which I think we should begin with, is actually going to be called React Beautiful DnD. So in this case, let's go ahead and search for it right now. So React Beautiful DnD, and in this case, you can see if I go to the actual library itself, with Aliases, which is actually the owners who bought out, they own Jira, they own Trello. So yeah, you might have heard of them, right? So here you go, React Beautiful DnD. Scroll down and you can see a nice demonstration of how we're going to use it. So this is their demo. I think ours looks way better though. So we're going to build this instead, right? So why are you not using JavaScript instead of TypeScript? So a lot of people get confused about this. JavaScript is your language. TypeScript is a superset on top of TypeScript, on top of JavaScript. So TypeScript is basically adding strongly typed power to your JavaScript coding, right? So it's not, you can't do TypeScript without JavaScript. So yeah. So in this case, we're going to build this. So how do we do it? Let's go ahead and install. That's the first step. Okay, so we're going to go to installation, and I'm going to show you, like I said, I want to show you all of the steps. So we're going to go ahead and install this into our project, right? So Command J, head down to ZSH, boom, and we install React Beautiful DnD. Now, as you can see, they've got, don't get confused. You know, sometimes you're going to see different examples, different tutorials, all this kind of craziness. But the main thing is you need to import drag and drop context into your app. That's the first step, right? So we're going to go ahead and pull that in. So we've installed that Command J to hide the terminal. We're going to pull in the drag and drop context from React Beautiful DnD. Now you can see it's complaining. Some libraries will do this. When they do this, I want you to go ahead and hover over it. And a lot of the time it will give you this little command here where it says you can install the types. Because what's happening is it hasn't automatically connected the type definitions or the types from the TypeScript definitions automatically when we did it. So what you have to do is you copy that command, and what this will do is it will save the developer dependencies and all the types of this. Now, most cases it will find it just like so, and in just a second that will disappear. Okay, so that's how you go ahead and get rid of that. Then what you want to do is you can go ahead and check out how you can use it. So in this case, this part honestly was a little bit sort of hit and miss. I had to check out the get started, the samples, all this kind of stuff, but I'm going to try and make it a lot more easier for you. Okay, so you don't need to do any of this. I'll show you how we do it. So this is basically a nice little demonstration. You have your drag and drop context, then you have your droppable parent, and then you have draggable elements within. Okay, so you have to have your drag drop context at the highest level, your droppable area, and then draggable stuff within. But remember, we actually have two nested layers. Now what we have is the ability to drag each of the individual columns. So I can get my done column, move it over there. I can get my progress column, move it over there, and so forth. And then inside of that, I can move the to-dos across each of the columns, right? So we've got a bit more complexity here. So I'm going to go ahead and showcase how the hell we do all of that, right? I would love to see a markup being done live and then making it in reality. I personally struggle with Figma design. Oh, sure, dude. You can do something like that. Okay, so you can go ahead and read this out if you want and check out the examples. I'm just going to go ahead and start jumping into how the hell we build it, right? So let's start breaking this down step by step, right? First thing we're going to do is the parent, the overall outside. We're going to go ahead and say drag drop context, right? So this is our parent. Then, as I mentioned, we're going to have a droppable, okay? So we're going to go ahead and put in a droppable. Cool, right? So this is going to be inside of here. So we're going to say droppable, droppable. Yeah. Now this droppable, you have to give it an ID, right? So in this case, it's got the droppable. Let's close it out. There we go. You have to give it an ID. So we're going to give it an ID, a board. Okay. Then we're going to give it a direction. So in this case, this is going to be a horizontal board. Okay. So horizontal. The reason why is because this first droppable is basically, I'm going to be able to grab all of these different things, right? So you see this right here. I should be able to pull this entire to-do list, this section, and move it over there, right? So we're not addressing each card yet, we're addressing the entire columns. So that's the first level. We can move this column over here and so forth, right? So that's the first step. So the first one is going to be a direction horizontal, not vertical. The type is going to be something called a column. Cool. All right, now what we're going to do is this gives you something called render props. So basically a child of this is given to us, so we can go ahead and get something called provided. Okay, Marios, what is up, dude? How are you doing? He is an OG in the Papa fam, an awesome member inside the community. If you want to chat to Marios, Zero to Full Stack Heroes a place, but OG's in the house. That's awesome, man. So you can see I've got provided here, right? Now, as you can see, I'm doing parentheses. This means that in my JSX block, these curly brackets, I'm returning something here. So it's like an inner function, really, right? So we're going to render out a div, and inside of this div, we're basically going to render out all of the columns, okay? So I'm going to show you how we're going to do it. So this is basically going to be rendering all the columns, right? Cool. So at this point, I'm going to do a little pause, because what we really need to do here is actually go ahead and prepare ourselves for what's to come, right? We don't have anything that we can actually map through yet, right? So what we're going to do is we're actually going to pause here. We're going to implement the Appwrite section of the build, and then we're going to go ahead and then we're going to pull from Appwrite, get our columns, our board columns, and then we're going to proceed. Okay, so it's going to be a bit of a step, but we're going to do it. So let's go ahead and do that right now. So we're going to go over to Appwrite. So you're going to head over to Appwrite and simply type in Appwrite Cloud. You should see the cloud.appwrite.io, or simply go to the first link in the description to get started for absolutely free. Okay, so we're going to set this up right now. Guys, we're almost set at 600 likes. That is incredible. I want to hit 1,000 today, so let's get the energy back up and let's go. All right. So first things first, you see I have a first app over here. I'm going to go ahead and create a new project. So we're going to create a new project. I'm going to call this one, let's just call it the Trello YouTube clone. Bam, hit create. And as you can see, we created our project. Now you can go ahead, and they made it extremely easy over Appwrite to go ahead and get set up with our projects. We're going to go ahead and add a platform. In this case, we're going to add a web app. So I'm going to click on web app. You have to give it a name. So naturally, I'm going to say something like Trello YouTube clone and the host name. Now in this situation, once we deploy, this will be the host name of the deployment domain. Right? Marius goes, love this song. I love it too, man. Yeah, Appwrite is free. Yes. A lot of people are asking, Appwrite is free. Yes. So you can use Appwrite Cloud Beta for free. Yeah, the host name here, we're going to say local host, and we're just going to start off with this, right? Then you can see we're going to click on next. Now you can see we can install. So they make it really easy for us to carry on and get this set up. So I'm going to go ahead and install at this point. So instead, I'm going to pull up my terminal, install Appwrite. So npm install Appwrite. Wait till that's done. Now, in our true fashion, the way I usually do things on all my streams, I'm going to go ahead and hide this out and simply go to the bottom. I'm going to close everything out. And at the package JSON level, I'm going to create a file called appwrite.ts, right? And this is going to be where we essentially set everything up. So I'm going to do an import of all of the things I'm going to need, right? So in this case, I'm going to end up using all of this stuff, the account, the ID, database, storage, and so forth. We're actually not using the account today. We're using all of these instead. right? I'll show you how you can initialize even the account, right? So that way, kind of in case you decide to use it, you can use it. So I need to go ahead and initialize my client. So in this case, const new client. Now, how do we actually go ahead and get set up with it? So you see, if we click on next, it will tell us how to set the project up. In this case, I've got a project ID, is open. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this. Ideally, I might have to, create a new project because that's already shown. But anyway, it's minor. So we're going to go ahead and do this right now. So const client equals this. And so we want to go ahead and copy this and do it right here. So in this case, I've already done it. I'm going to say set endpoint. And then right here, we're going to do HTTPS cloud Appwrite v1. Okay. So this is actually the thing that we're going to use right now. Okay, then we're going to say set project, and instead of doing a default value, I'm going to say process.environment.next public Appwrite project ID. Okay, so this is actually going to be a public variable. So next public symbolizes that this is going to be this is actually going to be available on the client, right? If we don't have this, it's only available on server rendered components and the backend stuff. So we're going to go ahead and add this in, and this is going to be something that I'm going to say is absolutely there. Okay. Once we go ahead and set that up in just a second, then what we can do is we can initialize everything off of that client. So we can have the account, the database access, the storage, all by setting it up like the following, and then we can simply just export it like so. Okay, ID gives us unique identifiers. That's going to be pretty handy, right? Bobby says, on the first salary, I'm joining the paid stuff. That's what I'm talking about, dude. I promise you, Zero to Full Stack Hero is no joke. This is how we do our thing. This is literally how we work together all the time. William says, how will GPT-4 fit in? We're actually going to be using it to provide amazing sort of suggestions over it. So it's an example of how you can use it. So you pass it to to-dos, it tells you a summary of what your day is, right? So now we go ahead and hit save. This is great, right? We've got everything looking pretty nice right now. So what I need to do is set this up. So I'm going to go into here. I'm going to create a new environment variable. So .env.local. And inside, I'm going to go ahead and pop in my project ID. Now my project ID in this case will be this one. So I need my project ID. So I'm going to go ahead and pop that in like so. Hit save. And as you can see in my terminal, if I go back to the first one, it will say found a change in your config. It's going to, oh no, sorry. It will say environment variable. Ignore that. We've fixed that one. So that will be gone in a second, but yeah, we've done that. There we go. That's our project ID. Then we can go ahead and click OK, and you're ready to go. Take me to my dashboard. So they have a really great dashboard at Appwrite that shows you all of your reads, your writes, your usage, your storage, your functions that you're running, your authentication. All of it is available here, and you even have access to your API keys. So a lot of this stuff is pretty much self-explanatory once you're set up, right? Said Cabello says, you are awesome, bro. Mexico in the house. That's what I'm talking about. We're international in the Papa fam. Romania here as well. That's what I'm saying. Guys, let's get to 1,000 likes. Papa fam way. This is how we do it, right? So next up, we're going to go to the databases tab. And this is where we start setting things up the way that we need to. Okay, so what I'm actually going to do, just for my own reference, is open up my other cloud Appwrite window, so that way I can remember exactly how I set up the structure of the database, because I don't want to mess it up and I want it to be a fairly smooth tutorial for you all. So first things first, we're going to create a database. So let's create our database. Now this is going to be called our app database. So I mean, this could be really anything. We're just going to call it the app database, right? So this is where everything is going to live, right? So let's just call it just call it app database, right? App database, doesn't really matter. Let's go ahead and create. So inside of our app database, we have our collections, right? Now, the difference between this and something like Firebase is you can predefine what the attributes are so that you protect what is added into your database, which is something that I actually really like. Okay, so at this point now, what I want you to do is I want you to click on the collections, and I want you to create a collection called to-dos. Okay, so we create a collection called to-dos, and inside of to-dos now, we are going to go to the attributes tab. And here we basically set up how our attributes for each entry will look. Okay, so let's go ahead and do it, right? I can't believe people ask if you're live, Ryan. I know, man, it's crazy. William says, love the live. She's saying real coding and so much knowledge passed on. Thank you so much, dude. I appreciate you guys. This is what it's all about. All right, so we're going to go to the title here. So we're going to call this first attribute, the key title, the attribute type. So let's go ahead and we're going to say this is a string. Okay, then you can give it a value. So the size, sorry. In this case, the title of each one, I mean, you can really play with this yourself. We're going to say 512. Okay, and we're going to say that the title is actually a required field. So you see, we've got some control here. It's kind of a mix of NoSQL, but yet we have the SQL constraints. right? Then we go ahead and add a few more. We're going to add the status. This will be like in progress, done, that kind of thing. And in fact, you can even make this an enum if you really want to. So in that case, what we're going to do here is go ahead and do enum. And this is going to say the following. It's going to say to do. It's going to say in progress. And it's going to say done. These are going to be the 3 states of our app, right? So now we're going to go to the, we're going to accept that. So that's pretty happy, right? We're going to click create. To be honest, you can say it's required for that, but I'm only, yeah, we'll see. I'm going to leave it as unrequired for now. And then we're even going to have an image. Now the image is going to be essentially something which is not required, but it will be something like a passed value. And that's basically going to be the storage location once we upload the image to Appwrite Cloud storage, right? So in this case, it's going to be image. It's going to be a string as well. In this case, I'm just gonna give it a 512 and we're gonna leave it for that for now. So now we've got our initial setup, okay? So what I wanna do to get set up with this is I wanna go ahead and just add a few test things, right? Something which allows me to go ahead and get started with things in a nice way. So I'm gonna go firstly start off with create document, right? So, sorry, I've completely gone blank. Yeah, so I'm gonna go ahead and say create a document. And the first one is gonna be something along the lines of, let's just say, take the dogs out for a walk. Select the enum, see to do, in progress, done. I like that, right? Very simple. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that right now. To do, and then remember all of these, by the way, we can go ahead and protect it in TypeScript in our code as well. All right, so let's go ahead and do the image. We're actually going to leave blank for now, and we're going to click on next, create, and that's fine. Now, for this tutorial, I am not enabling, security rights, right? So in this case, I'm going to say update permissions. I'm going to say we're actually going to allow anyone to create, read, update, and delete. But you can add authentication and then protect based on the user who is logged in, similar to how we do it like Firebase rules, other platforms, and such forth. So you can have that functionality here as well, right? So now we've got an example of a document. Take the dogs out for a walk. It's a to-do. Great. Okay. So that's the to-dos set up for us. Right, so now the next step is, that's basically our structure of our to-dos that are going to be stored. Okay, the storage bucket. So let's go ahead and prepare our storage bucket. So our images that we're going to store inside of the app, you see the images here, for example, these are going to be stored in an image bucket. So in this case, just create a bucket called images. Right, so this is going to be images, create the bucket. And inside of here, we're going to go ahead and you see, we're going to basically have, let's go ahead and show you. If we're in the settings, we're going to have permissions and any. And in this case, again, as I mentioned, I'm just going to allow anyone to be able to create, read, write, update, and so forth. But eventually you can go ahead and feel free to extend this build, add authentication, and protect it so that only when you're logged in, you can modify it yourself, right? Sunny will ever stop sharing all these amazing services. Your value is endless. No, dude, I'm going to keep going until I can't keep going anymore. You can trust that I'm going to be about, right? So you got me around for a while. So in this case, we've got the images right here. So we've got the images and database set up. Okay, so let's get started with how we can actually go ahead and integrate this now. So the first things first, as I need to go ahead and take reference of the database and collection IDs. Okay, so in this case, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to hide something here. I'm going to show you how you can prepare it, and then I'm going to hide me actually adding the values because I don't want to show certain values in case we get spammed and so forth. Okay, so in this case, I'm just going to go ahead and pop it in here. So the first value I want you to know about is the next public database ID. Okay, then we're going to have the next public to-dos collection ID. So where you get these from is very simple. Inside of Appwrite, at the top of the app database, you simply copy the database ID and you can simply paste that in. So that one is fine, I can share that. Inside of the to-dos, we can click to copy, or you can go ahead and click in and you can copy it here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this in and I'm going to paste this here, and then I'm going to go ahead and hide this, save and hide the environment file screen. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and actually show my face for a second, paste it in, hit save. I'm closing that file. So now I've got all of my environment variables in the right set, right? So we've got access to all of the variables that we need to basically make a connection to when we fetch our information. Okay, so next up is we need to go ahead and handle the board logic, right? So I just need to figure out where I'm fetching again in my flow. So in this case, okay, I understand. So this is where we start using some form of state management. So what I want to do is when this board loads, right? So when this loads, I need to go ahead and essentially, so firstly, this is going to be a client component. So this is a client side component because we're going to have an element of client side stuff happening here. Okay. So we're going to use a use effect. And if you didn't make it a client side component, you will not be able to use something like a use effect. Any hook you won't be able to use. Okay. So at this point, we've got the use effect. And this is where I'll essentially be calling something like get board. Okay. Now this get board. Now, okay, so let's describe our problem that we're about to face, right? Firstly, smash that like button. We're nearly at 700 likes. So the problem we're about to face is I need to fetch the board data. Then I'm going to need access to this all around my app. So I need to basically access this board information, you know, all around different places of my application. Okay. Now, by the way, if you do get stuck on the use effect part, we have a huge tutorial on this on the channel. Just type in Sunny Sanga use effect on YouTube. You'll see a great tutorial which explains the rules of hooks, how you can do use effect and so forth, right? It's going to help you change your life, right? I promise you, when you understand use effect, it's great. Okay. So at this point, we need something which is going to fix the problem of allowing us to fetch the board here, but use the board in any point of our app. Okay. So this is where you introduce something like state management, right? So state management libraries typically include things like React Context API or something like Redux, but there's a game changer now. And the game changer is called Zustand, right? Zustand is sick. I was told about it from a friend of mine, but now, oh my God, it's really good, right? It's so good. Somebody goes, Sunny's barber must be on fleek. That is sick. Thank you. So Zustand, if you head over to Zustand, Google it, you'll find Zustand. You'll find this. Now it's literally, this is the amount of code you need to write a store. Like, what? It's crazy. It's so good. It's so good. Like, I'm not joking. It is so clean, right? And I couldn't believe it when I first saw it. I was like, no, it's not going to be that good then. Surely nothing's that easy to set up and that good. But yeah, it really is. So we say npm install Zustand. Okay. Now let's create our first store. So I'm going to go ahead, open my folder up. I'm going to go here. I'm going to create a folder at the top level called store. Now, the first bit of information I'm going to store. Now, typically what I always say is when you have something like state management library, you should have different slices of your store. So that way you can contain different bits of information at different areas. So first thing we're going to have is containing most of the information about our app. We're going to have something called a board store. Then we're going to have a modal store for keeping track of if the user's opened or closed a modal. So at this point, we're going to go open that up and we're going to simply say board store.ts. Okay, now inside of our board store, we can basically go ahead and start reverse engineering what that demo tutorial tells us. So I'm going to go ahead and show you right here. First, create a store. So I want you to just simply copy an example like this. Simply like put like that, right? Then what you're going to have is you're going to have a bit of a complaining issue where it's like, oh no, you need to set up and blah, 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 and do that kind of stuff, right? So I'm going to show you how we can correct this because we're using something called TypeScript. Now they have got an example down here, I believe, where it's TypeScript and it shows you how to do it. So here you go. So when you use TypeScript, you actually can go ahead and pass in the state, but I will go ahead and make this a lot easier for you to understand. So you don't have to worry about all of that, right? So first things first, right? Let's go ahead and create our store. So we're going to say use modal store. Oh, use board store. Sorry, we're doing the board store first. Okay. Then I'm going to create an interface, which is basically like a type definition. We're going to say board state. And this is going to be everything that we basically contain inside of the board. Right? Board. So in this case, we're going to have a few things inside of this. We're going to have the board itself. The board is going to consist of, all of the information that you see here, the different columns with the to-dos inside, all that good stuff. So that's going to be the first thing. This is going to be board. And this is going to be of type board, which we haven't got yet, right? I'm going to create that afterwards, right? So this is going to be of type board. And then we're going to have the get board function. Okay, so we're going to start off with these, and this is going to be a function which is not going to return anything. Okay, so let's go ahead and just simplify this now. So we've got a board, and initially this is going to be a let's just start with a no value and I will fix this afterwards. Okay, we're going to say the get board function is going to be a function that does something. Okay, so now you can see the errors have disappeared except for this. So we need to define what a board is. Right? So in this case, we need to go ahead and do Command B, and I'm going to go ahead and create something called a typings.d.ts file. Inside of here, we can create some TypeScript definitions, right? So inside of here, I'm going to say typings.d.ts. Now, Here I'm going to say interface. Now, welcome to the world of map objects. So I'm about to blow your mind. If you've never used an map object, I thought it'd be cool to do that. You can actually do this build probably simpler with an array. Like the library is built for an array, but I want to show you how you can manipulate things and change an array and map through it, map through an object in so many ways. And yeah, I want to make your life a little bit difficult at times so you learn. Okay, so in this case, let's go ahead and show you the harder route. Right, I could have done this with arrays easily, but I want to show you the harder route so you understand how to do this. Because honestly, you're going to come to a point in your career where you're going to need to know how to use a map. Right, so we're going to say that a board will simply have a map inside of it. And a map, you can basically specify what the key value pairs are. So I'll explain this in just a second, right? Now, inside of here, you can have something like a string, right? Now, if we were to do this, all this means, right, is a map. It's very simple, right? A map, consider it like a bunch of entries, right? So you've got basically a list. So think of a list, right? A really easy list. Each item in that list has a key and a value. So the key could be like, you know, Sunny, and inside the value could be like all the details about Sunny. Then it could be J, and then it could have all the details about J. And you could have whatever key you want. And the best thing about a map is, which is kind of cool, is the key can actually be anything. It could be an object, it can be a hash, it could be a string, it can be a number, it can be anything you want, right? So it can even be an object, the key, right? And the value can be anything as well. And it's really cool because once you interact with these, it's quite efficient because you can just say, get this exact key, see if we've got something in there. And that way you're doing a direct index check, right? So now what I want to do is I want to customize the two types. So the first thing is I'm only going to have 3 types of keys, right? The types of keys, I'm going to call them typed columns. Okay. And this is going to resemble the to do, the in progress, and the done. So in this case, the type column is going to be basically an enum. So it's going to be a to do. It's going to be either to do, in progress, or done. And this is not going to have a space. It's going to be very simple. So it's either to do, in progress, or done. And the key is going to be a typed column. So the key will only be to do, in progress, or done, ever. Done, okay? And then we're going to have a column inside each value, right? So this is the powerful part about TypeScript. So let's go ahead and type out that definition. So in this case, I'm going to say interface, column. And now this will have an ID, and the ID of that will be a typed column. Typed column. So the ID of our columns will either be one of these. It'll be a to do, an in progress, or a done. And then inside of there, we're going to have an array of to dos. Okay. So we're going to specify an array of to dos, which we haven't specified what a to do really is yet. So we're going to say the interface here of a to do. And I've defined this structure based on the response that you will get back from Appwrite. That's why we've got a few $signs and all that kind of stuff here, right? So in this case, we can say $ID string. And we're also going to get back something called the created app timestamp. And this is going to be a string. We're going to get back there. And then we're going to have a few of our own values. So we're going to have the title, the status. Do you remember we set this up? We had the title, we had the status, and we had the image. And the image is actually, it could be an image or it might not have an image, right? So in this case, some have images, some do not have images, okay? And so forth. So in this case, we've got our interface. Then we can go ahead and do interface image. Some people are asking, when should you have an interface or a type? Interfaces can extend pretty easily. So you can say like a column extends a to do, for example, and that's when you typically, that's very simply put, that's how you can do it, right? So if you want to extend something, just use that. But yeah, you can use either or. I like to say in these situations, use a type. In this case, for main objects, I'm using interfaces, right? So interface image. You're super awesome, Simon. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. For the image, each of the images are going to have a bucket ID, which is basically going to be the ID of the bucket. So remember that image's storage container that we set up just a second ago. And then each of them has got its own file ID. That's how we locate the image. Okay. And this image is actually going to be referenced here. Sorry, I messed up. The status as well should be a typed column. I went into autopilot, right? So the status of each to do is going to be either to do, in progress, done. The image itself is going to be one of these types. So now you can see we've got a really nice set of type definitions, and this will protect us from making a lot of errors. Okay, because it will scream at us if we screw something up. So now we've got the board, right? So let's go to our board store now. Now, what I want you to do is inside the board store, what we do is we can initialize the board when we set up the use board store. So this is basically the type definition. And all we do here is we say create and we pass in our board state, right? And then it will know if you're setting things up correctly. So now I'm giving it a value of no to begin with, and it's saying, whoa, 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 you cannot do that because that's not a board state. So all I'm going to do here is define something which satisfies what a board is. So in this case, we have the columns field, and it needs to be a new map. And remember what I said, guys, a map is a typed column and a column type, right? So the key is a typed column. The value is of column type, okay? And then we're just going to invoke it. So this will basically go ahead and create a new map for us with type column and column inside. Okay, good stuff. Now, then we're going to go ahead and create a function for get board. This is going to be an asynchronous function. Inside of here, I want to go ahead and get the board. So I'm going to say get const board equals await. Yeah, and this is where I basically perform a fetch function. Okay, so in this case, I need to do two things. I need to fetch the information, but I actually want to fetch all of the to-dos and I want to group them. So I want to actually group them by the different types. Okay, so in this case, I'm going to create a helper function called get to-dos grouped by column. And what will this look like, right? What the hell will this look like? Well, the goal here is that eventually we will have something like this. We will have something like a map. So it'll look something like this. Okay, that's horrible. What am I doing? Here, so we have this. Okay, ignore me. Okay, that's not working. I'm going to just hack this away. But okay, so say we've got this. So one of our keys, for example, will be to do. And then we're going to have each of the to-dos inside of this field, right? So we're going to have all of our to-dos inside of here, right? And then it's going to be grouped accordingly. So you've got your to-do, you've got your in progress and so forth. So this one will be in progress and so forth. And they should all be grouped accordingly, okay? And then that way we can do the information that we want to do. And we're basically going to pull from our database to handle that information, right? Guys, we're so close to 700 likes. Come on, let's get it to 700. Destroy that like button. Let me hype the music up a little bit more so that we can get really into a zone, right? So get to-dos grouped by column. Let's go ahead and do so. And what I like to do is create a lib folder, which is for utilities. So in this case, I'm going to create a folder in the top level. So top level folder, lib. Lib is like util folder, same thing, right? And we're going to say get to-dos grouped by column.ts. Bam, done. Okay. And now what I want you to do is go back to board store. Eventually, this will give us back a value. And then we're going to use something called set board. And what set will do is it basically sets the global state here like so. Okay, so it sets the global state for that value. So in this case, it sets that piece of information. Then you can pull it wherever you want. Okay, so let's create this function. So I'm going to go ahead and go to my get to-dos grouped by column. And now we're going to go ahead and set things up. So the first thing I need is to basically create a function. So we're going to say export const get to-dos by column, right? And then we're going to go ahead, and this is going to be an asynchronous function which takes no arguments. Okay, cool stuff, easy as, yeah, fairly straightforward so far. Now I need to pull from the database. So you see the database that we set up earlier. So this database right here, I need to pull the information from here, guys, right? So I need to pull all of that information in. So how the hell do we do it? Well, we made our life a bit easier earlier. We can simply say const p, and p is basically a promise. So we're going to basically return all the data, let's call it. And we're going to say await, right? And all I do here is I type in databases, and we've previously set up our databases through our appwrite.ts file. So I'm importing that like so. Then I say .list documents. Now here it's really straightforward. All I do is I pass in the database ID and the collection ID. You can even pass in queries and so forth afterwards, and you can fetch the information just like that. So now what I can do is I can go ahead and say process.environment.view. No way when I'm using view, right? So I'm going to go ahead and do this. So I'll say process.environment, next public database ID. Then we go ahead and hit color, and then I'm going to do the same thing for the collection ID. And we set these environment variables up earlier. Okay. Next thing I want to do is I simply want to console log the data, so that way you can see what the hell is going to be on the screen. Well, actually, you're not actually going to see this right now because this won't actually be on the screen. So what we can do to test this is we can go to page, we can go to board, we can actually go ahead and just put in hello. We can sort of just comment this out for a second. and then we can call our get board function. So I will show you how we can actually set that up right now so we can actually test out what we're doing, right? So in order to get access to our board functions like get board, all we have to do, very simple hook, right? We just say const get board equals use board store, right? And have I exported it? I think I have. No, I haven't. Okay. I believe we just got to do a simple export here, which is why I've messed things up. Yep. So we should do export. My bad. Export const use board store. There we go. And we're actually going to even go a step further. So yeah, we can import that. There we go. And then what that does is it gives us the state, and then we can go ahead and say state dot, and then you see we get the board or get board. So now I'm mapping this to a available function. So in this case, we can go ahead and pass it in. Now, because we are using get board here, we actually have to include that as a dependency. But in this case, we do that. Now, what we should see is we get this, right? Now you can see we're actually getting an error right now because we haven't defined the get to do's group by column. So let's go back into our board store like so. And I want to go ahead and import our helper function. Okay. And this is obviously going to complain because we haven't got the right value. So we're just testing right now. Okay. So at this point now, inside of my get to do's, I should see some data here logged out on. So somebody says, is this going to get executed on the server? Well, actually, we're instead going to go ahead and I'll drop it a little bit. Yep. No worries. The background music. So in this point, you can see the we have the get to do's group by column, right? So in this, we go here and we simply are logging it out. So this is actually going to get executed on the client. So you see here, we've got the object. And by the way, this error that you're seeing, I've got, oh no, that's actually fine, to be honest, for now. That's because we've got that error that we just had set up. So yeah, there you go. So total, and you can see this is what came back, guys. Look at this. Take the dogs out for a walk. Hey, that's what I'm talking about. Sick. Right, that's exactly what we wanted. And you see what I mentioned before. There was actually more properties, so you can feel free to add that in. But I wanted to, I just kept it very simple. But you can even add in like permissions, updated that, collection ID, and so forth into your type definitions, so that way you can be sure that you get it back, right? And I reckon you can even go as far as to get those exact definitions from the guys over at Appwrite as well. So I just didn't go that extra step. Right, but you can. All right, so I want to show you a bit of manual stuff as well. So at this point, we've got the documents flowing in, which is great, right? So at this point, we've got the data. Now we need to do some cool manipulation to, mess with the data that we need it. So what I'm going to do is p.documents. So the data here that comes back, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say const to-dos equals data.documents. Okay, so that's all my to-dos now. So inside of here, this list will be all my to-dos. Easy as. Now, what we can do is if you actually go ahead and highlight over this models.document, so you can actually extend models.document. And then if you really wanted to, you could do your typings that way. So you could actually go ahead and do something like this. So interface to do extends model document. And now your to do class actually has model document inside of it as well. So if I was to do something like const a to do equals something like this, then you can go ahead and see for yourself that a to do will actually have a dot, this stuff that we wanted inside of it. Oh, well, actually, it didn't do it properly, but yeah. Anyway, I need to import it and do that stuff properly. I just kind of rushed that step. So in this case, models.document, you would have to pull him correctly. But anyway, you could do that, right? So heading back over to our, yeah, let's carry on. So first step, I want to basically map through and get so right now we just have this list, right? And there's no coordination here. So I want to basically rearrange this so it'll become a key value pair where all the statuses are grouped together. So all the to-dos, all the in progresses, all that good stuff. So I'm going to show you a nice little map function. And again, if you find this confusing, then be sure to join 0 to Full Stack Hero or just check out some tutorials online. But the point is we have loads of tutorials in the course that will explain how to use things like the map, reduce functions, and so forth. All right. So I'm going to have a quick little water break, and we're doing amazing for time right now. We have a lot of work to do. So if you're finding this, crazy fast, then don't worry. You can just take your time afterwards, watch the replay. All right, that's my first water break in an hour and a half. That's crazy. All right, let's keep going, guys. This is absolutely crazy. We still have 300 people across platforms. Incredible stuff, right? Literally 700 likes inbound. Somebody get it there. 700 likes. Let's go. All right. So at this point, we're going to say const columns. right? Const columns equals todos dot reduce, and reduce is basically an accumulator function. So what it means is you basically take, you know, your array and you're going to reduce it down into another form. So even like, let's just say a very simple example, you got an array of numbers, you reduce it down into a number for the total, but we're going to do a bit more of a complex object, right? So in this case, we're going to do a reduce down to a map. Okay, so you're probably wondering, oh, I don't know how that works. I don't know how you do that, right? So in this case, what you do is every single time you iterate over, you get a bunch of things. So the first thing is you get something called an accumulator value. This is going to be the value or the previous value, basically that's gonna rack up and build up. So this is going to be the map object, right? That's going to slowly grow, and then each time we map through, we get the to do itself. Okay, so now inside of this function, we can do a few things. So basically, oops, no, get that. So after all of this, we do a comma, we can give an initial value. And this is the initial value that we want to start is with a map. Okay, so this map is going to have, again, a typed column. And you can, I guess you could just say, you know, you could actually use the board column, the border definition here if you wanted. But in this case, I'm just going to say, yeah, new map with typed column and column, right? So in this case now, the accumulator value starts off as a new map, right? So what we can do now is we can access it. We can say if there is no, so we're going to access the map, and we're going to say get to do status. So basically what this is doing is, this is an empty map right now, so it wouldn't have anything in there. So this would actually be satisfied. Basically, it would find this first to do, and it'll say, is there a to do? And right now it'd be like, no, there is no to do, right? So in this case, what we're going to do is we're basically going to create a key inside of that map. So we're going to say account.set to-do.status. So what I'm doing here is I'm basically setting the first key inside of that, right? So ID to-do status, and then we give it the to-dos itself. So in this case, to-dos is an empty array. So what we're doing is now the end goal would be you have something like this. So you would have something like a object, which is going to have, a key value pair. So every single one is going to have that, for example, to-do. And then inside of to-do, you would have key value pairs. So loads of key value pairs here. And then, for example, this would be all of your, like, I'll show you afterwards, I'll map it out, right? It'll be very easy to understand, right? But this will basically grab all the to-dos together, and it creates an empty to-do. And then once you've done that step once, the next time it comes across a status with to-do, we're simply going to push it inside. And I'll show you how to do that, right? So here we say account, or like the accumulator dot get to-do.status, right? To-do.status, to-do.status. I'm going to say that it is there because it will be there because we've literally would have created it here. And then we're going to say to-dos. So it's going to access this empty array, to-dos, dot push. And then what we're simply going to do is push in. We're not going to push the entire to-do in, but instead I'm going to create an object out of it, right? So we're going to say that the ID is pushed in. So to-do ID. The created, and if I do control space, you can actually see we've already got our perfect functions here as well, as in our perfect attributes. So we're going to go ahead and add in the title as well. So the to-do title, we're going to add in the status, which is going to be the to-do status. And this again is being pulled in from the backend, right? Now the final one is actually interesting. So what I'm going to do here is, as I'm pulling it in, I'm going to do a nice little spread trick. Okay, and what we're going to do is we're only going to fetch the image here in this object if it exists from the response. Okay, so the way you do this is simple. You just basically say spread, right? And then you have a condition. So now this is exactly it. This is actually perfect. Yeah, we say to do image and image to do image. So basically what we're doing is we're saying if the response that we're mapping through has an image, because remember, some things may not have an image inside, right? Then we're going to go ahead and append this inside. So basically imagine it's doing this and then it's spreading it. So it basically pops it. So you're basically taking this, if there's an image, you're taking it and adding it there like that. That's exactly what's happening if there's an image. Okay. So in this case, this is how it works. Now, when we push the information into the database, I will be storing it as a JSON string of value for the image stuff. I'll get to that later, but for now, when we do eventually pull it, we're going to need to pass that information back into its full object. Okay. So at that point, we simply go ahead and close things off, right? And then what we do is we return the accumulator function. Okay, so now with all that done, what we can do is we can save, and I will show you if I simply log out the columns, now what you'll see is we go from this horrible looking thing, right, the response, to a map. And you can see, look, the map has a to-do entry, and you can see the to-do entry has one value inside of it, which is the record, and it has a value with the to-dos inside, and then it has everything in. So what we've done is we've transformed data. So we've taken an array response and we've transformed it into a map. And I'm going to blow your mind now by adding another to-do. I'm going to add a few to-dos here and show you just how powerful this really is. So crush the live stream. I'm going to say this is in progress because that's exactly what we're doing, because we just broke 700 likes. That was smooth. Don't even lie. Like that video now, right? And then we're going to go ahead and do next, create. And we're going to do another one. So we're going to say create document. And I'm going to do another thing here, just like so. I'm going to say, let's just do finish the build. And this one will be in progress, right? So we've got 2 in progress is 1 task. So that way we can test this out. So create. Okay, cool. So now we've got a bunch of stuff in there. So if I refresh now, you will see that we have a map of 2. Right, but I'm going to show you what we actually ended up transforming here. So as you can see, this is the app. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to first console log the response. So if you see now, this is the entire response that we get back. So I'm going to go ahead and refresh. So the first one is the entire response we get back. You see, look, this is literally what we got back, right? It was just a bunch of like to-dos from the database. Right, and there's no, there's no actual mapping here of really like what status is this and what status is that. Now what I've done is I've grouped them all together and I've got this nice map. So you see my first entry, the key is to do, the second is in progress. And then what we're doing is we're grouping them. So now you see the value here is an array of 2. And in this one, there's 1 array for the to do. And then in progress, we have 2 to dos. So if I go inside now, you can see I can see all of the to-dos inside. So this is called transforming data. And it's really important when people ask about data structure and algorithms and stuff like that. This is basically how you should have an understanding of how to transform data. And don't worry if you don't. Again, this is why I have a lot of this stuff inside the course. That's where I can teach you at in-depth level. So 0 to full stack hero, we do this, we teach you, and inside the coaching course and module content, we have a mixture of ways to get you to understand this in a really crystal clear way. So all of this is fairly straightforward. Okay, so absolutely killing it. Let's carry on. So at this point now we have our columns. Okay, now I need to do one more thing, right? I need to basically say, okay, now we always want to have all 3 columns shown, but what if for example, now I've got to do and I've got in progress, but I don't have anything in done. Okay, so what I need to do now is I'm going to create a little function here, which is going to ensure that we always have, each of the columns with an empty to-do array inside of it. So it's always going to have a populated empty to-do array. So what we can do is, I'm going to go ahead and get rid of this now. We don't need our comments here. And I will show you how we do it. So if the columns doesn't have an in progress to do or done, add them with empty to-dos, right? Because what might happen is you delete everything and then you need to go ahead and do it. So let's go ahead and do this now. So I'm going to go ahead and create an array of all of the different typed columns. So in this case, to do, in progress, done. Okay. And then I'm going to go ahead and loop through them. Okay. So I'm going to say for each, so I'm going to do an old school map here. You can do either or. I'm going to say for each column type of all of the column types, we're going to map through. You can do a for each, you can do whatever you want. So we're going to say if there was no, that's perfect actually. That's exactly what we wanted. So that's exactly what I've got written as well. So if there is no column, so basically in this case, remember we had a to do, we had an in progress, but it wouldn't have found a done. So it would have basically satisfied here when it hit done, when it looped through. Then it will basically set the column. So there is now a done, and then it will show the to do. It will set a to do. That way when you map through, it won't break. We'll be able to render out that column all the time. Okay, so now that we have this in place, what we can do is the final step is I always want to show them, and this is kind of up to you now. Right, in my tutorial, I always want to show to do, in progress, done. Then you can rearrange it, but whenever you come on the page, I always want it to be in to do, in progress, done. I always want it in that order. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and sort them in that order. Right. So in this case, this would have manipulated that array previously. So now we've got all of them. So if I was to even console log the columns now, you'll find that we have always, no matter what, we will have a map of 3. Right, so let me refresh. You will always have a map of 3. Yeah. So now even if you've got done, you see inside of done, we still have it to do array of 0. So now we've always got all three perfectly like so. Okay, so this is exactly what we wanted. Now, after the columns, we're now going to sort the columns. Right, so I'm going to sort them based on the initial order that you see here. All right, so sort columns by the column type. So I'm going to say const sorted columns equals a new map. And what I'm going to do is I'm basically going to generate, so this is going to be a sorting function. Again, we cover all of this inside Zero to Full Stack Hero because it can be a little bit scary, right? So the first step I want to do is I want to convert my column entries into a, so there's two ways to do this, right? If you want to convert your map, you can do something called dot entries, which will give you all the key value pairs in an array. So what we can do is we can create an array like so. Yeah, or you can say array from. There's two ways you can do it. You can say array from, or the real ES6 way is you basically create an array like this. Then what we do is we spread out the columns, which basically means get all the key value pairs and create an array from it. Right. So now what it's done is it's got all the key value pairs and then it spread them out. And then tell you what, that's why I didn't do it last time. Yeah. So array.from columns.entries. Right. This actually is a bit easier to understand, I guess, as well. Right. So we're creating an array from all the column entries, and this will give you again all the key value pairs in an array format. Right. Then what we can do is we can use array sort of mapping functions to go ahead and do all of our stuff. So these are all array functions now. So now we can say sort. Now with a sort, what you do is you get AB. So AB is basically the comparison part. Now AB refers to it will loop through 2 items at a time. And every single time it does, the first item is A, the second item is B. And you can do a comparison where you basically say, if this is that and blah, blah, blah. And then basically you can move around, you can sort the objects in whatever way you want. What I'm going to do here is make life very simple. I'm not going to do the curly brackets. I'm going to do something called an implicit return. So basically I'm doing parentheses, and then because it's a one-liner, it'll get rid of the parentheses. And what we do is we simply say index of, so column types, so this one right here, if the index of this, right, so the first value, this is the key of the first value, is like basically this is doing a new like a string check. So it's basically checking if this value is less than this value and so forth. And basically what it's going to do now is it's going to sort them in this order. So if they're not in this order, it's going to rearrange them to hit this order. Okay, so now, for example, if it fetched all of them in different random orders now, or you moved them around, it will always fix the order when it refreshes. Okay, and then what we simply do is we say const board. So we get the entire board as a board object. We go ahead and a board object simply has columns inside of it, and then we give it the sorted columns. Okay, just like so. And then we return the board. So this has been our helper function. This is our helper function, which gets us all of our stuff that we want. So now this will always get us all of the data and make sure that we always have those key value fields populated with the to-dos empty if there is nothing inside of the to-dos. So we hit save now. Go back to board sort and you'll see it no longer complains because it is getting a board back. That's great. Now what we can do is we can go back to our board.tsx. And over here, what we can do is we can console log the board. And you can see now, oh, we don't have the board. How do I get the board now? Right? How do I get the board from the original board store? Well, you could do the same line again and do, something like this and board.state.board. I guess you could do that. But that's, who wants to do that when there's probably an easier way, right? So in this case, you can actually combine. So every time you want to get something, more than one thing from the same board store or same store in Zustand, you can make an array. And you can basically say, I want the board, I want the state, and so forth. So in this case, I want the board and I want the get board. And then all you do is on the return, you simply make that an array and you simply say state.board. And now you can basically have this beautiful set of, I've got to just save the HTML. Now you can basically pull in multiple things, get it back. And then we console log the board just to see if we're actually getting something back. Simply hit a refresh. And just like that, guys, now we have our columns in. So initial render was 0 because it has to fetch. Then we do the columns. And as you can see, we've got our columns, we've got our arrays being pulled through. So now we have the columns to map through the objects that will be shown on the screen. Okay, so let's do it. Yes, you can do it loads of different ways. Again, right? You really mess around and do it however you want. I'm just showing you a way to do it. Right. So now we can uncomment this out and we can carry on from the drag and drop perspective. So let's carry on with this. So we've got the div inside, right? Remember, we're going back to the beautiful drag and drop example that we were talking about earlier. So let's head back over to this example. And as you can see, we've got this situation. So we've got the drag drop context. Then we've got the droppable zone, which is this. Then we've got the draggable elements inside. Okay. So we've got this thing called a render prop. So in this case, we're going to render out every time we run through it. You also get something called snapshot. So here you can use something called snapshot, and that's basically like if you're dragging, you can change the color and so all that kind of stuff. I'm not going to go too far into it. But now what we can do is that map. So that column, that board, sorry, what we can do is we can actually say array from, right? Because remember, we can't actually simply map through a map, as in like literally you can't loop through a map easily. You have to change it to a board. So in this case, you say board columns, entries. So we go through all the entries and now we can map, right? So now I can say map. And then what we can do is inside of there, remember you get key value pairs. So it's not going to just be like this. It'll be like, it won't be like something like that. It'll be your key value pairs. And what we can do is we can do something in ES6 called destructuring. So we can destructure the ID and the column. And then the second argument will always be the index. Okay. So in this case, it's always going to be a second argument there. And what you can do is you can wrap the entire thing in parentheses like so. And then you have an arrow function. And then you can return something that you want to loop through. Okay. So again, just take your time with this step and understand what's happening. We're converting the board columns into an array. We're creating an array from that. We're then mapping through all of the key value pairs. I am destructuring. So that way I've got the ID, which is a typed column, and the column, which is a column. Remember that map? It was always type column, column. Then we get the index, which is basically, it'll start off with 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 as it loops through. Then we're going to map through and basically output a column. So in this case, if I was just to do an example here and do, let's just start into it. Let's just do a column. Okay. So this is where a column is going to go. Now the column itself, we're going to build, right? But it takes a few arguments. It's going to take the ID, and then we're going to pass through a couple of variables ourselves. So we're going to have an ID that we actually need to set. It's going to have the to-dos itself, which is column.todos. And then it's also going to have the index itself. Okay. So in this case, that way we need to go ahead and create that, right? Now, before we hit save and continue on, we need to ensure something happens. So this div here, whenever we have a droppable, right? The first child of that droppable, when we actually put out something, we have to go ahead and spread certain props. So what I can do is I can say ... provided .droppable props. And then we also have to do ... we have to do reference equals provided inner ref. Okay. And this is basically how the drag and drop is knowing what the hell is going on. Okay. So for this column now, this will eventually have a arrangement of grid, right? So we're going to have it on a mobile view, it'll be one grid. So it'll literally be, all of these will be stacked up on each other, like going down. And then on anything past a, I guess a medium screen, it will be a grid of 3. Okay. So this is where we define that. So here we'll say class name, grid columns 1. On a medium screen, it'll say grid columns 3, sorry. And then between all of them, we're gonna have a gap of 5. The max width will forever be a 7XL, and we want to center it. Right, so MX auto, there you go. Hit save. Cool. This is complaining because you need a special function here called handle on drag end, right? So here, let's just go ahead and satisfy this quickly. We're gonna say on drag end, and we're simply gonna create a function called handle on drag end. So over here, underneath the use effect, I'm gonna say const handle on drag end, right? And this one is basically gonna have something called a drop result. So this one right here, in case you're confused, if you hover over this, you'll see on drag end responder. But if you do a little trick here and do E dash, you'll notice you get the type definition. You can paste that type definition, simply import it like so, and then you can get rid of the E. So that's a nice little TypeScript trick if you didn't know. So that'll get rid of that. So I'm not going to show you, we're going to build out this afterwards. Now that's basically what happens when you let go of a drag and drop operation. Okay. So right now our app is in this weird state because we haven't built the column. We've got a lot of things overhanging. So let's build out each of the columns now, right? And this is going to be the droppable and draggable elements and so forth, right? So I'm going to go ahead and get that done. So again, we've got a lot to build, so we're going to move fairly fast. So again, this is going to be recorded, so feel free afterwards to rewind, take your time, and go through this afterwards. RFCE. Okay, so now the column. It's almost at the 2-hour mark. Very good. And we've also still got 250 people. What the hell? Let's get the likes up to 800, guys. The goal is 1,000 today. I believe we can do it. Right? So inside the column now, we're going to start off by saying that this is a draggable. Right? Remember, if we look again at Beautiful DnD, this is going to be one of the columns is going to be draggable. Right? So we were previously in the droppable, which makes sense. And then the column itself is going to be a draggable, which makes sense. Okay, draggable like so. Okay, now inside of here we have the same logic. We have a provided, and this will have a render prop, right? So this is going to render out a div, and inside of here we basically do a bit more stuff. So this is basically inside of here we're going to render out droppable, render droppable. This is going to be the internal droppable section, so another nested droppable section for the to-dos in the column. Okay, so that's basically what's gonna happen there. Oh, thank you so much for Zad. He goes, coffee on me. I appreciate you, dude. Awesome stuff. And again, welcome to everyone new who's tuning in. I see a bunch of new names. Awesome stuff. Right, so the draggable. Now we passed in a bunch of props, right? When we did this, you see these props, key, ID, and so forth. So let's go ahead and firstly set up our props, so it's in the correct way. So those props were as follows. It was the ID, it was the to-dos, and it was the index, right? So we're going to define these type definitions like this. We're going to say type is props, and then we're going to go ahead and say the ID is a typed column. So you see now how TypeScript is starting to protect us, right? We've got lots of protection happening here, so we're not, messing up in any shape or form. It's going to help us correct errors beforehand. And then we're going to say this is going to be a type of to-do, and then we're going to say the index is a number. Cool. Right, now we pass in our values. So this is really nice. And then what we do is, remember, your first child of your draggable element should be passing through all of the required props. So this one will be ... provided draggable props. And then we've also got something called drag handle props that we have to pass through as well. Okay. And then we've got the reference. So in this case, it'll be reference. There we go. Vercel says, I'm digging the podcast. I love that. I'm glad you're enjoying it. We have some awesome ones coming out. Right. So we have the provided.innerref. So that allows us to, that basically tells the drag and drop library what the hell is happening. Okay. Then we basically have to render the droppable to-dos. So that section. Okay, so now we're going to do the same essential nesting as we did here, but this is going to now be for the next section, which is going to be the internal bit. So what we did just there before, we set up a droppable zone for the entire thing, and then each of the columns were a draggable element, right? And then what we done is we set up a droppable zone for the entire internal column, and each of the to-do cards are going to be draggable elements inside, right? So you see how we're working with this now, okay? So inside the column, let's go. This is going to have a few things. It's going to have a draggable ID. We're going to use the ID that we pass through to do so. It's going to have an index as well, and we are going to pass in the index. These are the two required props. Now, let's start rendering out the to-dos droppable zone, right? So here we're going to say droppable, and this droppable ID is going to be the index. So the index dot to string, okay? So it needs to be a string value. So we're going to say index, and this is going to be type of card, like so. Let's render that out. There we go. And then we basically do the exact same thing. We have a provided. Oops, so it's going to be a JSX block. Provided. And then we basically wrap this up. God damn it. Yep. And remember I said you also get snapshot. Oops, snapshot. So remember, when I was dragging one of the cards over to another one, notice how it went green. Every time it went over, it went green. What we were doing is we were using a snapshot object to go ahead and tell when you're dragging over a certain element. And I'll show you how we do it. We basically create a div inside. Anytime that you have this provided, you have to pass down and connect that div. So what we do here is we say .provided, .droppable props. We again connect the reference. Trust me, once it's set up, it's actually really good. And it's honestly so cool, especially on your project to have. And then we're going to use a bunch of class names. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to give each of the cards or the background of the card a bit of styling, right? So I'm going to do firstly, I want to have some dynamic values here. So I'm going to do backticks. So notice I'm using backticks. I'm going to say padding bottom of 2. I'm going to say that it should have a few things like padding of 2 all around, rounded 2XL. So that's kind of overwritten that, I guess. Rounded 2XL, and then we're going to say shadow small. Now I'm going to have a dynamic value. Now here what I'm going to do is if the user is dragging, right? So now what I can do is $ open brackets. Oh, sorry, we've already done that. So I can say snapshot dot is dragging over. Okay. And if it's dragging over, the background will turn green. Yeah. So this is really nice how this is going to work. And then we're going to say if it's not dragging over, it's going to be a background of white with a 50% opacity. So notice how the background is normally a 50% see-through kind of glass view. And as you drag over, it's going to turn green on the field that you're dropping it over. Okay. So then we've got that set up. Okay. The next step is we're basically going to define the styling for the to-do and so forth. Okay. So now what we can do is we can say we have a H2. And inside of this H2, I'm actually going to have the ID itself. So in this case, I'll show you how we do it. We say the ID. Now what you'll start to see inside of our app is if we go inside and we refresh, we should, okay, so the column is not defined. We haven't saved this file. Let's save this one. Let's go over here. Now you can see, look, we already have some stuff happening. So it's not working yet, but it's almost there, right? You see how things are happening, but it's not saving and things like that, right? But we're actually getting to a point where something's happening. Okay, which is good. It's very good, right? So now what we're going to do is we've got the ID, so forth. This looks ugly. I wanted to say to do in progress the correct way. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a mapping function up at the top. Simply go ahead and say const ID to column text. Okay. And this is basically going to have a set mapping of the key is going to be typed column and it's going to output a string. And what I mean by this is it's simply going to be an object of mappings. If it sees to do, it should write to do. If it sees in progress, it should see, if it says in progress, it should say in progress. If it says done, it should be a capital D done. Now what I can do is I can simply pass this through and say just like that. And now this will change to do in progress done. That's a lot nicer. I prefer that, right? So now this is it's already getting there. It's pretty nice, right? So we got the ID to column text, and then I want to have the length, right? So I want to have, 2, 4, 3, however many to-dos are in there. I want to see how many to-dos are in there. So now what I can do is I can say to-dos. Oops. Let's just have it. Let's do it in a way where I basically say, I'm going to span an element here. So I'm going to span, and I'm going to say to-dos dot length. Okay, so in this case, look, we've got one to do in the to do column, 2 to dos in the in progress column. Great, right? So then we're going to go ahead and start this out. We're going to say text should be gray 500, background should be gray of 200. Then we're going to say round it off. So rounded full, font should be normal. We don't really need that. Padding X of 2, padding Y of 1, and the text should be small. There we go, text should be small. Hit save, and now we've got these nice little circles. Okay, and I'm simply going to make the 2 children inside it be flexed, justify the space between them. I'm going to make it font should be bold, the text should be extra large, and the P2. There you go. And the reason why I did, that's why. So here I did font normal because I don't want that to be bold. Font normal, and just like that, look at that, already getting there. Right, looking pretty decent so far. And you can obviously customize that however you wish, change it up. Padding Y should be 1. That's it. I wanted a bit more circular. That's it. Looking good. Hey, nice. All right. And you see how, look, this is exactly how we wanted it to look, right? So eventually it'll be like really sort of clean. Now, notice how they're sort of swiping all over the place. It's horrible, right? This is because we haven't set things up correctly yet, right? Once it's done, trust me, it'll look really good. Okay, so now what I want to do is I want to go to the so underneath my H2, let's change the music up. Getting tired of that music. All right, so the H2 tag. Oh, almost at 800 likes. Let's go. Sick. All right, so we've got a div here. We're gonna say space, class name, space, y of 2. So this is gonna be basically all of the to-dos are gonna come through here, okay? So what I'm gonna do here is I'm basically gonna check, no, so I'm not gonna do the search string, we'll do that afterwards. Here I'm gonna say, oops, that should be space x of 2. Okay, cool. So now what I want to do is I'm gonna say return inside of here. Well, I'm not actually doing that yet. I'm actually going to be doing just the draggable elements. So I need to map through them. Yeah, so that's right. So I'm going to say to-dos dot map. For every single to-do, I want to return the following, right? And then here, I'm going to create a component called to-do card. And I'll show you how we do it. But before we do that, it's going to be wrapped in a draggable element. So this one's going to be draggable. Okay. These are going to be draggable elements. Again, we go back to this same logic. We were nested in another droppable element. So now we have draggable. Okay. So we've got draggable. And then here it's going to be the key. The key is going to be the to-do ID. The draggable ID is going to be the to-do ID, and the index is simply going to be the index. Okay. Inside of it, we're going to do our traditional provided render prop, which we have to use. And then we're going to render out a to-do card, which we are yet to build. Okay. Now this to-do card will have a bunch of things inside of it. It will have the draggable props, the inner reference, all that good stuff. So in this case, I'm going to just save us a bit of time and pass in those values from that provided down into, because eventually the div inside of there will need that. So we're going to pass that in as well. Okay. Now this is freaking out. Why exactly? Because we have this is here, and then we need another one. There we go. Yeah. So what we need to do now is go ahead and we need to basically create a to-do card. But before we do that, the final step here before we carry on is, after all of this, what we have to do is something called a provided placeholder. Now what this does is when I drag something across to another column, it creates space for it. Otherwise, what will happen is you're dragging it over the column and then it's just like there's no space for you to put in. The placeholder basically says if I'm dragging over it, it makes space for me. So it looks like I'm dragging in, it creates space. It's really nice effect. Yeah. So we got the provided placeholder. And then at the end of all of that, we're going to have a button which allows you to basically go ahead and click to add a to-do. And that's going to be the modal portion of this build afterwards. So inside, we're going to have a div with a button inside. And this one is going to have a plus circle icon. Right, so in this case, let's just hit save. So plus circle icon, this will be class name of height and width of 10. So height and width of 10. And in this case, the text gray, I don't want it, that's fine. Right, so the button itself will have a few colors to it. So let's go ahead and style this out. So class name, bam, like so. And then the div itself will be a centered button. I just want it to be very easily, it's going to be, towards the end. So at items end, it's going to be justified towards the end as well of its section, right? Now, before you're going to see that, that's basically responsible for this. So you see how that's got a little gap, and then we justify it to the end, right? So let's go ahead and create the to-do card. And then trust me, it's all going to come together real quick. And I cannot believe the retention on this video. It's absolutely incredible. You guys are so focused. I can tell this is incredible. All right, we're going to go ahead and create the new component. Let's go ahead and drop it in. So we go ahead and create a file, to-do card.tsx, RFCE, bam. We'll pop that in like so. And just like that now, inside, we're going to expect a bunch of props. So here we're going to get a bunch of different props come in. So I've saved us a bit of time. I've already wrote the definitions for them, and I've saved you a bit of hassle as well. So in this case, we've got custom types. So you've got draggable, providable, draggable props. And then this one, drag handle props can either be null or undefined. So I've already saved you the hard work of figuring out what's what. Right? So these are going to be all the different types that we need. And then you simply pull your props through, okay? So this will be all the props that come through. Someone goes, I'm coding along, that's why I can't. Thank you, that's awesome, man. Mustafa says, Sonny the tech hero. Thank you, man, for the effort from Egypt. I appreciate you tuning in. That's why I do what I do. So you guys are what makes this happen, right? Now, this is going to be a client-side component. So we're going to simply say use client, right? Now for this to do card, we're actually going to have a div. Now remember, when we have a provided parent, you have to go ahead and pass down the props. Now, like the draggable props. In this case, we passed it over as a prop through, right? So in that case, we can do it like this. Then I'm going to have a class name. And here I'm going to say the background should be white, rounded MD. So these are all the cards now, by the way. I'm styling these cards, yeah? Just so you're very sure. Oh, thank you, Ashkan. I appreciate it. Yeah, round MD. Then we say space between all of the cards or all the items inside the card, and we'll give it a drop shadow of medium. Cool. Right? Hit save. And now what I can do is I can go back, and obviously this isn't going to say, I'm just going to say H1 hello. I just want to show you for a second. Let's go back here and fix this up, and boom, import that at the top. And what we should see now, oh, look at that, guys. Now, obviously right now you can see, look at that. Look, oh, that is clean. So right now, obviously the logic for it to stick is not done. But right now, look at that. It automatically gets it over there. Oh man, that's so cool. Look at that. Oh, clean. And look how smooth it is as well, guys. Look, this is how you do like a crossover drag drop zone sort of situation, right? I thank you, Rui Costa. I appreciate you, man. So at this point, looking really, really beautiful, right? So let's go ahead and, oh, I've actually, okay, that was fine. Yeah, I guess I played it on the other thing. I had done something out of muscle memory. All right, so in this case, to-do card. Now what we're gonna do is head over to the H1, hello, and we're gonna replace that with the actual to-do. So this is the fun part, right? Now we're getting somewhere, guys. Let's go ahead and put this in. So let's go ahead, and now we're gonna pick up some speed. So we've got the div. Inside of here, we've got a p tag, and we've got the to-do title. So to-do.title. And look at TypeScript. It's just so nice. Like, this is why we do it, because it honestly helps you prevent so many problems. X circle icon is basically going to be resemblance of this cross that allows us to delete a to-do from the screen, right? So that way we can actually delete it from the database. So this is going to have a margin left of 5, a height of 8. Oh, this one gets me height of 8. And then we're going to have a width of 8 as well. Right, and then there you go. You can see like a little nice little thing, and that button is going to be text red of, let's just say 600 or 500. But when you hover over it, I want it to be text red 600, and this gives us this nice hover effect. Yeah. And then the p tag itself, so the entire div surrounding it all, we're going to say flex justify between. Items should be centrally aligned with a padding of 5. Hit save and boom. Look, ooh, it's getting there, guys. It's getting there. It's good. I love it when it comes together every time, right? And then what we'll say is if there is an image URL, right? So we're going to basically prepare for when we set up images. If there is an image URL, which we haven't yet set. So right now we don't actually have this, and I'll show you how we do that afterwards. Actually, we'll do the image URL afterwards. I'll show you why. Right? The reason being is we have to do a use effect and a bunch of stuff to handle the fetching. Okay, so we need to add image here afterwards. That's for us afterwards. Okay, so that's good, right? So now, just at this point, we've got this down pretty good. So we've got different steps that we have to approach now. The first one is we need to handle what happens when we drag and drop something on here. So let's do that logic first. Then we'll do the plus logic for the modal. Then we'll do the delete logic. Then we'll do the image thing. And then we'll do the search. So you see there's a lot of work, right? There's actually a lot more work than I expected. This is what I was telling Jay. I always underestimate these builds. But I get carried away and I start building like crazy. So quick little water break, but we're doing damn amazing Papa Fam. Let's keep moving. We're about to hit 800 likes on the water break. That's what I'm talking about, guys. That's what I'm talking about. Let's go. All right. So what I want you to do now, head over to board, and at the handle on drag end function, this is where we go ahead and set things up. All right. So handle on drag end. So first things first. Whenever you drop, so this is basically going to be resemblant of all of the drop interaction. So if I drop here, for example, it's going to handle everything. So the result contains a bunch of information like the source, the destination, and the type of drag and drop that I did. So in this case, what we're going to do is we're going to destructure the result. Okay. And if I console log this, I will show you very quickly what is happening, destination type, right? So now, if you see for yourself, when I refresh, let's go ahead and right now, yeah, I've messed something up there, but we'll fix it afterwards. Right, so now if you see, when I drag and drop, it shows the source, the destination, and the card. The source will say the index of where you dragged and dropped it from. So in this case, let's have a look again. So let's drag to do over, so from 0 to 1. So in this case, you see how the index was 0 from the start, and we dragged it to an index of 1, and the board was dragged. Right? If we drag this one, it will be a card. So you see the card was the type of drag, and we're saying which point we dropped it from. So in this case, if I drag from here to done, it went from droppable ID 0, so this column, to 2 over here. And the index resembles which place it was in that list, right? So it can get a little bit confusing, but trust me, just take time with this. I'm going to move through it fairly quickly, but take your time afterwards, rewatch it, and just really log out things and understand how it works, okay? But I promise you, I can't spend too long on this section, but I'm going to show you how it works and explain it the best I can in the time we have, right? So the first step I want to do is I want to check if the user dragged outside the box, like over here. If they do that, we don't want to do anything, period, right? So Christopher Cole, what's up, man? Matt G, Sonny, best feels on YouTube. Matt G's always dropping them sick comments. Thank you so much, dude. I appreciate you. So if the user drags the card outside the board, all we have to do is say if there's no destination, return. That means if you didn't drag it to any of these destinations, forget about it, right? So in that case, we can basically, now it won't do anything, period, okay? So that's the first easy step. Then what we want to do is handle a column drag. So a column drag is basically when I drag the column, so the entire column, when I drag this entire column like so, I want to handle that and then basically do what I need to do from it. So the way we do this is we simply say if the type of drag is equivalent to a column, okay? So if this is the case, then what I do is I say const entries equals, and I make an array from the board columns entries. So basically we did what we did before. We're converting the key value pairs to an array. Now what we do is we splice. So this is basically why I need you to pay very close attention. So I already have the source index, so where you took it from, okay? So I need to take from that that column. So now what I can do is I can say const, oops, okay, what the hell is that? Const removed entries.splice source index .1. Okay, so trust me, the logic, I've worked a long time to figure this out, but basically what we're doing here is we're taking away from this. So if I drag it out of here, I'm basically taking this. So this is the removed element I have in my hand. Okay, so now we have that stored in removed. Okay, then what I want to do is I need to splice it into the destination. So splicing means I'm basically pushing it in to the destination, so the correct destination, and then it's going to be in the position, the correct position. So I don't want it to be like over here, like, and then it randomly shows here. It has to be in the correct position, right? So I'm talking about the column, by the way. Sorry, yeah, I completely messed that up. It should be the column, like the exact column that you've drag and dropped into. So the way we do this is we basically say entries.splice, and we say destination.index, right? We do 0, which basically means we're not going to delete anything. We're simply going to push the removed item into that column, right? So now we're basically taking its place, right? Then what we do is we create a new map of the rearranged columns. So now we say we've got the rearranged columns from the modified. So what we've done here is we copied the columns entries into a new variable. We modified it because splice is a direct modifying function. Then we stored it into a new rearranged column. And now what we're going to do is we're going to set the board state to that new state. And what we need to do here is go over to our board store, right? So now we need to create a very special function called set board state, right? So this is going to be a very important function that we're going to use a lot, right? So what this will do is this will take a board object and it will basically set the state for it, okay? So we're gonna set the state. So I'm gonna go to my set board state. So down here, for example, I need to create the function for that. So set board state. And what I'll do is I'll try and space these out so you can see. So set board state. And this is gonna be a, basically the following. It's gonna take a board and it's gonna set the variable in a global state, okay? So then what we do is we basically get that function now in our array. So we say set board state, and then we basically get it over here. So we say set board state, state dot, oops, sorry guys, state dot get set board state. Okay, so now we have this variable and we can pass in the rearranged columns, which is in the correct state. So we can say set board state. And basically what I'm doing now is I'm only changed the columns, right? Now remember, boards have columns inside of them. So what we can do is a nice little ES6 trick here. We can say, keep all the current, keep everything basically, and then change the columns field, which is the only thing that really inside, to become the rearranged columns. Okay, so now what we're doing is we're modifying the state, and with that done, we can now actually persist. So look at this. Look at that. Oh, look at that. Nice. Look, it works. And it holds this value. And then I remember when we set things up, we actually had it in a way that when we refreshed it, set it back to its original state. That's clean. So nice. Right? So clean. And now we've done the column part. Now we've got the more tricky part, which is the nested part, which is basically how do I move a to-do into the correct one. This took a little bit of calculation, but I'm going to show you how it works. Okay. Somebody says, how are you? I'm doing really well. Thank you, dude. All right. So this one, I need you to just pay attention with me, stick with me, trust me. I promise you the pain will be worth it. Okay. So right now, remember the source and destination. It was only numbers. It only said like you went from index 0 to index 1 and so forth. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to basically create a copy, and then basically I've slowly like left comments all around the place to help you guys out. Okay. So what we're going to do is this step is needed as the indexes are stored as numbers instead of IDs with the DnD library. And because we're now using the, as I mentioned, because we're now using the map, right, we need to basically convert it over to the array format. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a copy of my columns, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to basically create a copy of the columns. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to say the starting column index is the following and the finish column index is the following. So watch what I do here. So what I've done here is the source droppable ID will go into the columns and get me the correct column, right? And this one will get me the correct column for the finish. And that means when you dragged and dropped in the correct way, you're basically going ahead and rebuilding from a 0 to the object in your store. And I'll show you what I mean by this, right? So from those values, what I'm doing is I'm rebuilding the start column and finish column. Okay. So now if I was to console log the start column and the finish column, what you're going to find is someone says, Sonny, step up and make a framework. I know, man. Honestly, we'll see, innit? We have to do it. So now you'll see if I was to go ahead and drag this over here, for example, you see now how we went from the in progress column to the done column. So you see how we went from the just previously what I showed you before, the source and destination of 0, 1, 2, 3. Now it's actually found the columns, rebuilt it with the correct arrays and so forth. So now I have the objects that I need to modify, right? So I have the start column, I have the finish column. So now what we can do is, if for whatever reason you didn't get the start column or finish column, we basically return, we're protecting. And then if for whatever reason you basically drag and dropped in the same location exactly, so not the same position, but the same exact location, we should then do nothing as well. Okay. So, no, Mohammed, period. All right. So source destination there, start column, finish column. Basically what this is saying is, yeah, if I drag and drop into the exact same position it was in, do nothing. Okay. So if the source index is the same as destination and the start column is the same as the finish column, don't do anything. Okay. So now what we do is we create a, we create a copy, right? So we say new to-dos equals start column to-dos, right? So we say start column dot to-dos. Okay. So again, this is a lot of data manipulation. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to splice the to-do to move. So basically what I've done here is whatever to-do I take, I am not splicing it from, and the reason why we're doing an array destructuring here is because it returns an array, the splice function, and then we basically destructured to get the individual thing out. So whenever I grab this, now I've got the to-do moved. Okay. Now we've got two cases where we need to manage how and what happens. The first case is going to be if we are dragging and dropping in the same column. Okay, so if we do this, and you can actually eradicate this, but it's more efficient if we do it this way. So the start column and finish column ID, right? So if this happens, you're basically doing a same column task drag, and you're not doing it in the same position because we already eliminated that here. Okay, so same column task drag, else you are dragging to a different column, dragging to another column. Okay, so the first one, let's handle it. So first thing we want to do is we simply splice into the new location in the same start column, right? So in the same new to-dos, the same column, because we're not changing column, we basically splice it. Then what we do is we create a new column, right? So in this case, we splice it, we create a new column object, and then we basically create a copy, right? So what we're doing, this is basically an immutable pattern, right? So we don't want to always manipulate the initial object. So we create a copy of board columns. I'm then going to modify, so new columns dot set. I'm basically now modifying the start column ID. So the ID basically of where I'm basically, so I've spliced out the to-dos, create a new column based on that value. And then I've created a copy of the map, and I'm setting that ID to become the new column. And then what we do is we simply set that as the board state, the new board state. So we basically say set board state, and this in here will basically be the exact same procedure that I did before. So board, and then we say columns is now the new columns. So columns is now the new columns, like so. Okay, so with that said, what we've now done is we've handled the same drag. So you see that now it works inside the same column. So now it's working inside the same column. It doesn't work yet for another column. You see, it just disappears, right? So we need to fix that, right? So right now it doesn't work if we go outside the column. So we've done it for the same column. So let's get it done for another column now. So what we're going to do now is the first column was fine. It was very simple because we just had the start column. Right? We never went to the finish column. But in this second case, we have the finish column, and we need to modify the start column and the finish column. Okay, so I'll show you how we do it. Because technically what you're doing here is you're taking something from this column and you're adding something to this column. So you have to make the correct changes in each of the columns to reflect that interaction. Okay, so let's do that right now. So what I'm going to do is I'm simply going to say, make a copy of the finished column, and I'm going to splice from the finished column, the destination, right? So in this case now, I'm saying that we're going to basically, in this one, we done it to the destination, but the destination was still the same place, right? But in this case, we're going to do to the finished column. So the finished to do, sorry. And then what we do is we create a copy. It's a very same, like simple step here, same step exactly as what we did previously. Yeah, so this is essentially the same, yeah, here and here. Okay, and then what we do is we just do two slight changes here. So what we do is we say new columns dot set the start column ID as new column. So this is going to be the new modified value, and then the finish column we set to the new modified finish to dos. Okay, so you see the finish ID. So now what we've done is we've modified the first thing that you took it from, and then the second argument here, the second one, is basically changing this area. So it's changing this and adding the to do there. So you see how it removed from there, but it didn't add there. This is what this is going to do. Okay. Then it's very simple. We just simply go ahead and we set the board state to the new columns. Done. Save. Okay. And I've also got a function here. I'm just checking what I did for that one, because I can't even remember what I did for that. What the hell is that? That is, oh yeah, okay, got it. So in the database, that's changing the value. Yeah. So here we need to update in DB. I'll show you. Right, so I'll explain that. So now, firstly, let's check the logic. So we save, and we should have everything working. If we have, I want you to destroy that like button. So ready for this? Yes, look at that. And it changes the done as well. Look at that, guys. Absolutely beautiful. And look, it works just as we expect it. Great stuff. As I mentioned before, that can be a little bit confusing what we just did. But what I want you to do is when you watch it back and code this along, I want you to stop at certain points and console log it and really listen to what I was saying. And then see for yourself the exact changes that are happening. Again, all of this stuff is really about getting dialed in with the fundamentals of different data structures, arrays, maps, objects, all that good stuff. Again, if you want to go ahead and really learn and master all these things, I do cover it inside of 0 to Full Stack Hero. So make sure you check it out over at papareact.com. And then you can see for yourself why it's basically the place to be for learning all of this kind of really intense stuff. All right, so I want to go ahead, and it's a shameless plug, but I want you to go ahead and, if you do get stuck and you really want to dial in, then that's the place where you're going to go ahead and cover the gap of maybe feeling really lost in what I just said versus feeling really comfortable and confident in what I just said. Okay, so let's carry on strong. We just finished off really nice with that. Okay, that's really great. So now what we're going to do is we are going to we've got this done. So now we've done all the drag and drop stuff. Hey, great stuff. All right, so now you can see you can drag over here. Oh, that's actually because I've got the horizontal. That's fine, we'll fix that later. So there you go, boom, that works really nice. I've got a little error here because of the start column index of 0. I believe I messed that up here. Where is that? Start column index board 43 was here. So start column index of 43. Okay, so I think I got an edge case there, to be honest with you. 0, 0, 1, 0, 1. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, it's okay. Okay, so at this point now, what we can do is I want to go ahead and do one more step there, which is updating the database. So if you notice, when I refresh, it's not remembering where I put it, right? So what we need to do is simply make a function that will basically update the database. So let's do it right now. Very simply, all we got to do is go to our board store. And this is what I like about the board store, is you can actually have more than just state management. You can do other stuff inside there. So here I'm going to create a function called update to do in DB. Update to do in DB. Okay. And this is going to be a function which takes the following. It's going to be a function which takes the to do and the column ID. And then it's basically going to set the to do to that column ID when you pass it that function. So we're going to say update to do in DB, and that will take a to do and column. So where am I at right now? I'm getting so lost. Okay, yeah. So update this. Oh. I'm going to make it an arrow, keep it consistent. Okay, and this will be an asynchronous function. And then here what I'm going to do is I'm going to say await databases. So I'm going to pull in my databases object from Appwrite, the one that we initialized earlier. And this is where I do something called update document. Okay. So what this will now do is it will update the document. And all I need to do here is pass in a few things. So the first thing is, if you look at this, is the database ID, the collection ID. I already have them. And the final thing is the document ID. So what I can do is, Lucas says, hey Sonny, is this repo available? Yes. Right after this build, I'll be pushing it into the repo. Jade just dropped the link in the group chat, or it's the Papa GitHub repo over at links.papareact.com/GitHub. So all the links are in the description as well. So here I'm going to go ahead and pop this in. So to do ID, and then you pass in what the updated information is. So here I'll say title is going to be the to-do title that I want to change, and the status will be the status that we passed in. So it's going to be the column ID. Okay, so now we've got the correct function done. So that's basically the update set. Then we go up to our board and we basically pull that function in. So now what we do is we simply pass that in. So update to do. And we say state.update to do in DB. And then at the point where I had my comment, all I want to do is, if you were to go ahead and drag to another column, that's also why I split it up, because if you drag in the same column, I don't really, right now I haven't persisted the order, but you can extend it if you want to, but I'm only basically updating the DB or making a request to DB if you cross to a different status, right? So let's go ahead and do it. You could honestly just set it based on updated at. You can move it based on that if you really want to do that. So now what I do is I simply say update to do in DB, to do moved to the finish column ID. Done. And now a quick check to see if you've done it correct. When you get to this point, what I want you to do is refresh And to make sure that you've actually changed the state in the database, you see this is loaded from the database. So if I grab this and take it to done, what we should see now, if I refresh, this should be in the done column. And just like that, it's done. Perfect. So if we move everything over here, now you'll see everything is in the to-do column. Perfect. So that's actually changing on Appwrite's database. Yeah. Amazing stuff. And also remember what I said about the placeholder. You see how it's creating a placeholder for me? That's really nice, right? So it shows you what it's doing. Nice, good stuff, guys. This is awesome. Now what I want to do next, I want to actually go ahead and maybe implement the search functionality before we then do the modal, and then we focus on deployment, and I think we're golden at that point, right? So let's go. So the next step is, let's do search. So right now inside of the header.tsx, I want to go ahead and, because now we can really like elevate the speed and what we're doing. So at this point inside of the header, I want to go ahead and set up something called a search string. And again, this is going to be something which we're going to set up in our board store. So let's head over to the board store, and we're going to have two new pieces of data. The first one is going to be called a search string. So in this case, let's go ahead and add that in. This is going to be a search string. Okay. And the second one is going to be set search string, which is the function to modify the search string. Okay. Now the search string is simply going to be like, we're going to initialize it with a blank value. So over here, we're just simply going to say initialize with a blank value. And then the search string itself is just going to be a very straightforward search string that we pass in, and then we set it as straightforward. Very easy to do. Okay. Now what we can do is we can go over to our header, and as we type in here, just like we would do with something like state, we can do the exact same thing with Zustand, except now we're modifying at the global layer. Okay, so over here now, what I can do is I can say const, and I can say something like the search string and set search string equals use board store, and I basically get the state like so. I will go ahead and get my parentheses like so, and then here I can say set state.search string and state.set search string. I can then go to my input field, and I can set the value here to that, and I can say on change. So every time the user types in, we can simply set the e.target.value to set that global state instead of something like use state. So to test that this is all working, all you need to do is simply start typing in, and if you're still typing in, you've done it correctly. Right? Otherwise it would freeze there and it wouldn't work. So now we're setting up, every time I type in, I've got access to this at the global level now. So if I need it somewhere else, I can actually go ahead and change that accordingly. Right? And we also got to do API GPT stuff. So it's crazy. We're almost at 1,000 likes, guys. We're almost at 900. Let's go. Honestly, we're going to hit 1,000 today. I know it. Right? So now what I want to do is implement the logic to filter out. Okay. So where I do this is the board. I believe it's the board. Or actually, I think it's a column I do at. I think I do it at the column level. Yeah, I do it at the column level. So each at the column level. So what I want you to do now, is it the column level or that? Oh my God. Okay. Oh yeah, I do it at the to do. Yeah, column level. I thought so. Makes sense. All right. So at the column level now, I am going to go to my column, and what I want to do is I need to basically first get those values, right? So I need to get the search string itself. So let's go ahead and do that right now. So I'm going to say const search string. And I've done an array here because I'm going to need that afterwards. Use board store, and I'm going to get the state.search string. There we go. Oh, I like this song, right? It's one of the OG songs. Yeah. And then we've got the search string here. And then what I can do is when I actually render out the to-dos, there's a lot, look, at the end of the day, there's loads of ways you can do this. I'm just showing you one way. Okay. So here we're doing an implicit return. All I do is I simply add parentheses around the entire thing. And all that was doing is basically that, right? So that fixes it if you don't do that. But then what I'm going to do is I'm not going to render it if, how can you not notification VS Code? I'm not sure what you're talking about. Here I'm going to say if the search string exists and if the to-do title includes the search string, okay? And what I can do is I can actually do title.toLowercase to lowercase, there we go. Includes the search string to lowercase. That way you never get some annoying edge case. Then I want to return no. Okay, so if that comes across, then I simply return no. So this is basically not showing it if it's there, right? So now what I can do is, if you see live, look at that. Oh, dogs and build. Nice. But you can see how each one is still saying 111. So I'll show you how we can get rid of that. So already we've got that bit done. So that walk, there we go, stream, done, right? Because this is local data, it's fine to do it this way. It's really not that bad, right? So now for the count, again, I'm going to do it inline. I'm going to show you a relatively cheeky way of doing it. I'm going to say here, where we show the length, I'm going to expand this and say, if there is no search string, okay, then you should show the todos.length. So it's very simple. If there's no search string, show the todos.length. Else, I want to show the following. I'm going to say todos.filter. And then I'm going to map through all the to-dos. So to do, and I'm simply checking if to-do dot let's see, to-do.title. So basically the same thing that I just did before. Yeah, to lowercase. There we go. So why have I got this issue now? So to-do.length. Yeah, that's right. Okay, 1 second. Let me just write this out. So we've got the to-do.title includes search string .length. There we go. And I don't need this part. And here I'm going to do the same to lowercase check to prevent it from happening. And yes, you can honestly go ahead and, you know, make this all like refactored and really clean. You shook yourself with this amazing project, man. Thank you so much, dude. So now you can see we've got so if you pay attention to these ones, if I go ahead and say live, right? So you see that it shows only the number only counts up for the one where it's in. So build and so forth. You see now it's a 00 but 1, right? So now it's perfect, right? Yeah, I'm not sure what is but I think it means you shocked yourself like on this project. Germany announced, what is up? So this is looking good so far. So we've done the search. So just like that, we've got the search, right? So yes, Ashkan, it's a very good point, and I was literally thinking it as I was building, but it came to the point where it came in my head today. So yes, ideally, what you would want to do here is do something called a debunk, right? Debounce. Where basically, as soon as the user stops typing, like after like 500 milliseconds or something, or 200 milliseconds, then it executes the search. Right now, it's on every letter, which can be very intensive, but you're just not seeing it. But yes, you would want to do something called a debounce here on the search. That way it doesn't always happen. Or you can do it on search where you hit enter. Yeah, but I just wanted to show you, now I'm doing it per render, which probably isn't the most, but very good for noticing that. Yeah. So at this point, but that's why it's good having this community chat. Honestly, it's amazing, right? Okay, cool. So next up, let's move swiftly on. Let's do GPT and then let's do the modal. Okay, so GPT is up next, and then we're going to go ahead and do this modal for adding a new task, and then we're going to add the images and so forth. All right, so we've got quite a lot to do, so I want to move fairly quick. Okay, so GPT, let's go ahead and do it. So first things first, I want to prepare my endpoints so that way we can work in a fashionable way. So at this point, inside of the app folder, I can create the new API folder, right? So this is the new, nicer API that we can use, right? And don't worry if you're confused. It'll take time. You know, you can watch this back in the replay and everything, right? So in this case, we're going to say, right now, we're going to create this bit where it says, hello, Mr. Sunny. Welcome to the to-do app. Here's your summary. You have 4 to-dos, 2 in progress, 3 done, and so forth, right? Suki Singh says, I'm a full stack developer in Australia. You're doing amazing stuff, bro. Thank you so much, dude. I appreciate you guys to the moon and back. So thank you so much for that, all right? So inside of here, I'm going to create an API endpoint called generate summary. And then inside of there, I'm going to have a root.ts file. This is the new syntax for the new root in Next.js 13.2 or 3, I believe, right? It came in, right? But that's how we're basically doing it now. So we've got this really nice, and you can basically choose if you want to have a post or a get or whatever the case, right? In this case, we're only accepting a post at this endpoint. So this will be /API/generate summary, okay? So yeah, 13.3, there you go. Thank you, Bapicha. Right. So what we're going to do is we're going to basically pass in this request the to-dos in the post, right? So this is going to come through here. Then what we can do is you can log it out for, you know, if you're debugging it, you can log it out there, for example. And then what we're going to do is we're going to basically communicate with OpenAI. Communicate with OpenAI, right? So GPT. So in this case, I'm going to show you how you can do it. Now you can use GPT-3, 4, Turbo, all that good stuff. And in this case, so we're going to actually go ahead and install OpenAI right now. So what I want you to do is basically go here go to OpenAI API, and then go to the API reference. Okay, so what I want you to do is you have to create an account, right, with OpenAI. I'm going to do npm install OpenAI into our project. So let's do this. Command J, go to the second terminal, npm install OpenAI. I've now installed it into the project. Then we have the authentication and all this good stuff. So you can ignore this for now. What I'm going to do is we simply now we have to add in a process.environment.openAI key. So I'm going to show you this one. All right, so what we need to do is go to our environment.local file, and I'm actually going to add in something here. So let's go to our environment local file, and I'm not going to show you the screen because I have all my keys here. All right, but what I want you to do, because I don't trust everyone on stream, that's the truth. I'll be honest, I've learned my lesson in the past. So I've hidden all my keys for a second. So keys are down here. Remaining keys are down here. So I've hidden all the keys for a second. Oh, Papa Fam Anthem's on. That deserves a like. Right? Oops. Okay. So now in the OpenAI, this is so stupid. I have to do this. But the keys are down there. Right? They're all down there. But the OpenAI API key. So I need an environment variable here. So what I want to do is I'm going to go to our personal view API keys. Now I've actually set a billing account here, so I'm actually using this for a few things, pay as you go. I believe you can use a free amount on the Turbo 3.5. GPT-4 is paid, but I believe you can use a free one. But in this case, I've added a billing account. You can do it for yourself. It's very simple. And honestly, I think I was like going to town on this thing, and I think I spent like, what was it? Yeah, 49 cents. So honestly, it's really not a problem, right? So I was going crazy on this thing, and then I did that. So yeah, 49 cents is honestly after going crazy at the thing. So I'm going to create a new secret key here. So I'm going to click this, and I'm going to name it. So in this case, I'm going to say, let's just call it Trello YouTube key, and I'm going to create a secret key, right? So I'm going to basically go ahead and do that right now. And I'm not going to use this key, but I'm going to show you what we'll do, right? So you can create a secret key here and copy it. Right, so you can copy that key. Now I'm going to delete this key because you guys just saw it, but that's basically, once you've copied that key, I need you to go back to your code and paste it in now. Okay, so I've already got a key that I'm using, so I'm going to go ahead and paste it in right now, and then I'm going to pull up my my environment, my variables, and then do it so forth. So I'm pulling that in. Or I just had it on the screen. It gets tricky, guys, trying to hide all this stuff. Right, so now I've added in my API key. So you should do the exact same thing. So you should have 4 OpenAI key, OpenAI API key, and so forth. Okay, save and close. Okay, now I have my key, like everything's set up. Cool. So now what I need you to do is go over here and create a new file called openai.ts at the top level. At this level, I'm basically going to create a config for our environment, right? So in this case, this is how we're going to go ahead and configure our API. So we do a very simple import. We do configuration equals new configuration, pass in the API key like so. Then we basically create an instance of OpenAI, and we export it. So now we're using the same instance every single time. Yeah. Pamadi said, "Oops." Yeah, exactly. That's exactly how I felt. And then here we're inside of the generate summary. Now what we do is we say const response equals await OpenAI. Okay, so we do the import from our OpenAI dot create chat completion. All right, create chat completion. And then here, what I want you to do is you can pass in the following information, right? So the first few things are, I'm going to use GPT 3.5, but you can. So I can right now. I've got access to GPT-4, so you could do that. The reason why I recommend you don't is because it costs a lot more to run GPT-4. And that's my honest truth. And if you're doing this as a portfolio piece, I would highly recommend you don't unnecessarily add yourself that spend. There's no point really, unless you're really demoing this to like a bespoke user or something. And then you have the messages array. Okay, so these are the messages that you want to go ahead and send to GPT. So the first one is going to be a system message. Indonesia in the house, what is up? So the first one is a system message, and this is basically telling GPT, I want you to always do this. So when responding, welcome the user as Mr. Sunny. So you can say welcome the user as Mr. Jimmy, Mr. J, Mr. Noodle, Mr. Sota, all that good stuff, yeah? And GPT is also slower, yes. And say welcome to the Papa Fam To Do app. Limit the response to 200 characters, okay? So that's fine. And then your second one is basically I'm pretending to be the user. Okay. So it's like, hey, provide a summary for the following to-dos, count how many to-dos are in each category, such as to-do, in progress, and done, then tell the user to have a productive day. Here's the data. And then we do basically JSON stringify it like so, okay? Now, once this comes back, you get a response from ChatGPT, right? And what we're gonna do is we're gonna destructure the data from the response. So from the response, okay? Oops, from the response. So that's great, right? So once you've done that step, what I then want you to do is you can actually go ahead and log it out. So I'm going to show you what I would do for debugging purposes is you basically want to go ahead and pop it in like so, right? So I'm basically say data is data. And this is what I would recommend when you're getting started, because it can allow you to debug, see what the hell's going on. And basically the first response that comes back from GPT, remember, I'm only doing n equals 1. So it's only giving me one response back. Data.choice is 0 message. And in this case, it will return the message back to us. Okay, so now we have the API endpoint done. So the API endpoint's down. We have our API key, right? So this entire route is pretty much set. So now all we need to do is make a call, right? So I actually forgot where I did that. So it was in the header, I believe, yeah. So the header is where we're gonna do this. So inside the header, what we're gonna do is we're basically gonna have a fetch suggestion, right? So you can use SWR as well. You can use anything here. I'm just going to show you how you would do it in a typical user-effects fashion, okay? So here we're going to go ahead and say, I firstly need access to the board, right? So I need the board here. So I'm going to go ahead and get the board. So I'm going to say state.board. And again, you see how nice like Zustand is, right? It's really easy once you get the hang of it. So we're going to go ahead and say use effect, right? I've imported it from React, and then we've got the dependency array, and inside of it, I'm going to be using the board. So I need the board. Now I'm going to protect. So I don't want to fetch a suggestion from ChatGPT if the board columns are 0. So if board.columns.size is equal to 0, and you're probably wondering, size? Since when was that in an array? Well, no, this is a map, remember, right? This is a map, so it tells us the size as a function. So if the size is 0, then we're simply going to return, yeah? And then what we're going to do is we're going to set loading to true. So in this case, I'm going to have a local piece of state here for the loading, okay? Now, because I don't necessarily need to have global state for the suggestion in my instance, I'm going to have a loading piece of state, which is going to be a Boolean. So this is basically just preparing it. I'm also going to have a local suggestion. Now, if you want to, you can lift this into, you know, a use AI state or AI store or something. But in this case, I'm just doing this. It's local. It's fine. Yeah. So I'm going to set the loading to true. And this is, again, a reason why you can use SWR would eradicate this for you. So yes, you can use it. And we'll say const fetch suggestion func. Right, so if you want to do anything asynchronous, you have to wrap it in a sort of asynchronous wrapper function. So then what we do here is we say const suggestion equals await, and we're going to create a helper function called fetch suggestion, which would take, oops, no, that's a recursive. We're going to take the board, right? So we're going to make this function, which accepts the board as an argument. And then when we get the suggestion back, we'll set the suggestion and we'll set loading to false. And then what we do is we simply execute that function. Okay, so let's go ahead and create this function now. So inside of our lib folder, I'm going to go ahead and create a file called fetchsuggestion.ts. Right. Good morning from Mexico, Papa Fam, and Nigeria in the house as well. Let's go. Nguyen says, let's go. Another detailed tutorial. Huge thanks from France. I love you guys. Honestly, international, man. It's so cool. Guys, we're so close to 900. I really want this build to get over 1,000 likes in this live. So let's go. Let's get over 1,000. Right. So I'm going to go ahead and create a function. Yeah, we've done it. So here, what I need to do now is I'm going to go and do the file. I'm going to say const fetch suggestion equals an asynchronous function like so, right? And it takes a board object, sorry. So it takes a board like so, okay? Now what we're going to do here is I'm basically going to do the following. So I'm going to get the to-dos from the board, but in a way like so. So I haven't created this function yet, but right now we have a map object. Now I want to make GPT's life easier. I want to format it before I send it to the API, whereby I literally strip it down to the amount of to-dos in each. So it basically is very easy for GPT to figure it out. You can go ahead and ask GPT to figure it out itself, but it sometimes messes it up. And I'm just going to show you a lot of transformation in this video. Okay. So what I want to do here is I basically will create this. Now this will do an API call afterwards, and we're basically going to pass the to-dos that we have formatted after in the body, right? Once we get that back, we're going to go ahead and do the following. We're going to pass the response with res.json. That's the GPT data. We're going to get the content from it, which is the response that GPT shouts at us. And then we're going to go ahead and export default fetch suggestion. Now we need to create this helper function, format to-dos for AI. So inside of here, format to-dos for AI.ts. And this one is basically going to be a function that looks something like this, right? We also have Hassan says, hello from the UK, currently working whilst watching you. Awesome stuff, UK in the house. Akil's got the positivity, he goes, you get 1 million views for sure. I hope so. That's it, exactly, man. Also, somebody said, can you add subscriptions and stuff? Yeah, I will definitely do that in a different build. Thank you for the suggestion. All right, Jay's always taking note of them as well, so it helps out. So we say const to-dos. What I'm going to do here, guys, is very straightforward. I'm basically creating a copy, like we done previously, from the board column entries, right? So I've got an array now version that I can go ahead and do it. Now, remember what I said, right? What we want to do is, so you can do it 2 ways, right? This first function will reduce it down into a flat array. So it will basically, this first one will reduce it down. I'm going to keep it very short to kind of keep it simple. But this one will go ahead and make it a flat array, which will basically have the key. So it'll be like to do, in progress, or done, with the to do array attached to it, or an array of to dos attached to it. That's good. And you can send that itself to ChatGPT, right? You can do that. I would recommend you make it even easier for ChatGPT, and you basically do the following, where you basically reduce it to key and length, right? So in this case, what I've done here is I've taken the flat array, and you can probably do it even simpler than this, right? You can do it simpler than this, sorry. You don't have to have this intermediate step. But what I've now done is I've just made it so you've got your key. So this will either be to do, in progress, done, and then it will literally just be, so imagine you've got an array of 3 here, and it will say to do 2. In progress 1, done 0. That's going to be the array now. So it's a flat array, right? So it's a very easy array for ChatGPT to figure out what the hell's going on, right? So that way it's less likely to make errors, because I did trust it initially to be like, oh yeah, you know, figure it out, and it kept making mistakes. So I was like, oh, fuck it, right? So screw it. Okay, so in that case, I'm going to go ahead. It slips out sometimes, my bad. All right, so let's go ahead and import this. And now we've got the to-dos like so. So if I console log the to-dos, what we will see when we do this, I'll say formatted to-dos to send. Right, I'm just going to go ahead and do something like that for now, and just as a debug message. Okay. Now, after that's done, we go back to our header and we simply import the fetch suggestion. Okay. And now we have our suggestion here. So what I can do is actually inside of my header, where we previously had summarizing your tasks for the day, I am now going to basically extend this and modify this. So I'm going to basically firstly make this class name backticks, and then all I need to do here is basically say if it's loading, I'm going to say if loading, and animate. Jay's laughing. Yeah, I know, slips. Yeah, so if loading, then I'm saying animate spin. Okay, and this is freaking out. Why exactly? Oh yeah. Yep, so in this case, loading animate spin. So while it's loading, it'll spin the little head, right? And then what I'll do is I'll say if it's now got a suggestion, it will show the suggestion. Otherwise, it will simply say summarizing your task for the day. So now what we should see is it all come together nicely, right? So that GPT is summarizing your task for the day. Oh, there we go. And then wait for it. Let's see if it comes back with a summary. Is it going to work first time? Is it going to work? If it does, smash that like button, guys. I was like, did it? Is it even done a call to the backend? Let's see. Let's go to this one. You can see, hello, welcome, Sunny. Oh, it is, but it's not setting it. So let's debug what the hell is going on. So let's go ahead and refresh. And let's see for ourselves. Formatted to-dos to send. You can see, look, this is what I was talking about. It makes it very easy. So it sends back that object. And then we can debug it. I'll show you how I debug. So look, so now, oh yeah, look at that. Hey, welcome, Mr. Sunny. Welcome to you currently have 1 task to do, 1 task in progress, and 1 task that's already done. Thank you for keeping track of your tasks. Have a productive day. Right, and if I go ahead and do this, because it's attached to board, it will go ahead and regenerate the query. So GPT is summarizing your task. It's an example, guys, right? So now it says there's 1 task to be completed, 0 tasks in progress, and 2 tasks already done. Nice. If I do go ahead and put everything over there, so in this case we've got this one. Let's see. If I dupe it up, it's basically going to make several requests, but it's fine, right? So basically you got 2 to-dos, in progress 0, and done 1. Keep up the good work and have a productive day ahead. And if I go ahead and do this, we should see 3 in to-dos and none in progress and done. Look at that, guys. Pretty cool, right? Pretty cool, right? So let's go ahead and see. Obviously, you can make it whatever loader you want. I've just done it very simply for now. When I'm live, I guess it's always being a bit of a headache. But in this case, is it gonna, let's see, where is it? So you see where we're logging it out, right? You can actually see for yourself where it's happening. Honestly, the demo gods are just against me right now, but it does work. I promise you. Okay, so that actually was a weird failure. Let's try again. There you go. Okay. So it's a few edge cases, but for the grand scheme of it, it works, right? So in this case, there you go. So now what I want you to do is go ahead and obviously you can handle negative cases if that was to ever happen. Sometimes GPT can, it can error out for some reasons, right? So fetch function actually has an auto deduping function built in. It does, you're correct, yes. So yeah, you're right actually. But I'm saying if I was to do this, like drive it crazy, now it's making several requests all over the place. And what you'll find is it will pop in like in a second. So you see that, look, it pops in. So look, it pops in. So it actually, I mean, it came to the right endpoint, but that's what I mean, right? The spinning user icon is everything. I know, it's so good. So in this case, look, we're making good progress, guys, right? So I guess the next thing that we have to naturally do is the delete. Let's do the delete first. Then let's do the modal, and then we are literally at the end, and we're going to deploy this thing. So Jay, I thought this was going to be a 2-hour build. Definitely more than I anticipated. We got this, right? Quick water break, and then we're going to power through Headless UI. I said to Jay, I was like, Jay, is this build like, is this going to excite them? I was wrong. You guys love this stuff. I love it. All right, so let's go. So at this point now, for the delete function, right? So we're gonna go over to the to-do card, boom, like so. And then here, so the to-do card, let's go ahead and do the X circle icon. So I wanna make it so that way, when I do the X circle, when I click on it, it should delete the task, right? So I'm gonna create a delete task function inside of the board store. And as I hope you can see that you can do a lot more in the board store than just simple manipulation in your data, right? You can actually have like fully functional things happening here. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to go ahead and have the, thank you so much. You're welcome, dude. So in this case, it's delete task. I'm going to create a function for it. So here, delete task, right? So this one here is going to take a task index, a task to do, and the ID itself. And then what we're going to do is we're going to manipulate the database in such a way. So in this case, I'll show you how we do it. So we'll create a delete task function. And this will be an asynchronous function. So I've got the signature here to save a bit of time. So delete task is going to be this, like so. Oops. Like so. And then inside of here, I'm going to make a copy of the current map. And this basically getter will give me access to the current state. And the way we get that value is you actually go up to the point where we had set, and you actually get a second argument here called get. Simple as, right? So here we have 2 columns. Yeah. And then once you have the 2 columns, we're going to say we're going to delete from the columns, right? So it's very simple actually. All you do is you've already got the ID of the task that you want to delete. So it's fairly straightforward. So we go into the column itself, to the ID of the column. Then we go to the to-dos and we splice the task index, the current to-do out of it. So what we're doing here is we're changing the existing state. We're then going to modify it so it seems like an optimistic update, if that makes sense, right? So basically what we're doing here, this is all on the front end. So we're basically just splicing it and then we're replacing the board with the new columns. So this will basically show on the front end that it's immediate, okay? And then what I will do is I will basically have the following involved. So I'm going to have a delete for the image as well, right? So if there is an image, so I'm going to import this from storage that we set up earlier from Appwrite. If there was an image inside the to-do, it will delete it from the storage bucket. So this is how you delete from storage bucket. So if there's an image on that to-do, it will delete that image as well. And then I'm deleting the actual document itself. So this is how we do it. Okay. Keeping it locked. Nairobi, Kenya, Alex, thank you. I appreciate you, dude. All right. So we got the delete task function done. So now we go to our to-do card. Let's go over to the button here. And here we'll say on click, right? So on click equals, and this will be delete task, right? So what I can do to make this actually a lot smoother is I'm going to have the following. So I'll have parentheses like this, arrow function, delete task, and then this will take in the index, the to-do, and the ID. Okay, and the delete task we have to pull in from our board store. So this is going to come in from, we only need one thing, so I'm basically just going to make it a simple, straightforward pull in like this. So we import the board store, and we don't need the array because we're only ever going to use the delete task inside the to-do card at least. Okay, so now with that said, what we're doing is we should see, so I don't have to go to Appwrite to show you how this is going to work. Basically, if I delete this, you should see a UI change. So that UI change was the local state. Now, if I go ahead and refresh, you'll see that it's no longer there from the get-go, which means it actually deleted it from Appwrite, right? And I can promise you it did it because if I go to Appwrite and I refresh, we should see 2 to-dos here instead of 3, and they should only be in progress. There you go. Perfect, right? So as you see, everything is working really nicely the way we want it. This is an old localhost window. That's why it's there. Right, cool. So now the next up, what we're going to do is the headless UI integration. So headless UI is this beautiful pop-up, and this beautiful pop-up is going to have a bunch of things involved in it. So headless UI is actually a really great library. It's basically built by the guys from Tailwind, and they're fully accessible UI components, which means when you're on this screen, if I click outside, it closes it. If while I'm typing in here, if I hit tab, I go to this part. If I hit down and up on the arrow key, it goes through. And then if I tab through, it goes to the image. If I hit enter, it opens up the image picker. Then it will go ahead and show this. I can tab, hit enter, it adds the to-do. So you see the point. If I hit escape at any point, it closes the modal. So this is what we call accessible, right? So this is what we're going to basically be building. So what I want you to look at is the dialogue, the modal. That's what we're going to be doing. So this is exactly what we're essentially doing here, right? So we're going to go ahead and npm install headless UI React. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and install this Command J, bring this in, goes like this, and do the following. And then while that's happening, I'm going to go to my API, generate summary, and I'm just going to stop logging everything out because we know it works now. I'm going to keep our code a bit neat. There we go. That was more of a debugging step. Okay. And then what I want you to do is you can see the example here. Now, I don't need to basically dive so far into this because their documentation is actually it's pretty good, right? So what I want to do instead is I want you to look at this example, and as you can see, they've got this dialogue, and then you've got dialogue panel, title, description, and then you can basically build it out accordingly. Now, I want to go ahead and use something called a transition. So there's actually a transition here. So this one right here. So you've got transitions, and then you've got dialogue, panel, and so forth, right? So we're actually going to be using the transition, and we have the transition child as well. So it's this example right here. So if you scroll down to transitions, you'll see this block of code. Again, the reason why I'm showing you this is because it saves you time because you don't have to do it all yourself, right? So what I'm going to do is, as a step 1, I need to make a new function called modal. And what I'm going to do here, just to make life easier, is pop this onto a new screen. Like so we can kind of scroll between it. So I'm going to create a new component called modal.tsx, RFCE to pop open our modal. Guys, we just blew over 900 likes. Jaden, tell me, what the hell? That's crazy. Oh my God, we're near 1,000 likes. Let's go. That's so sick. Oh my God. Right. So now we've got the modal. So what I want you to do is I want you to basically grab this block. Okay. So grab the entire block, right? So we're going to be basically using it. So I want you to pop that in. And also at this point, you can really, so okay, I'll show you. Pop it in, go to here, my dialog will become modal, okay? And as you can see, that this is going to be a client-side component. So this is going to be use client, okay? So to save us a lot of time, right? Because that is honestly, we're basically doing the exact same thing that they're going to be doing, except we're going to refactor it so the state of the modal is stored in the use modal store, which we haven't yet set up. Okay. So right now we can't determine when this is open or not, right? Right now it's just a random bit of stuff that's going to be there. So I want to basically refactor this a little bit so we can do something cool with it. So right now I need to export default modal so we can access this object. That's cool. And then I'm going to create a new store now, which is basically going to keep track of the modal stuff. So in this case, we've got board store, but we can do another step and we can have something called the modal store. So here I'm going to say modal store.ts, sorry. And then I'll show you in short what we are going to do. This is the entire store. We've got the state. There's three things inside of it. Is open. And then we've got like open modal, close modal, marshal over. Oh my God, how are you able to code for 3 hours nonstop? Honestly, it's practice. It'll come with practice, sorry. Yeah, and then we've got the use modal store here. Create the modal state, so it basically pops open here. And then we initialize is open by default with false because we don't want the bloody modal open straight away. Then we've got is open modal, which basically sets it to open, and we've got close modal, which sets it to false, right? So basically, in a nutshell, that's how we're doing it. Now I can use this the exact same way as we were doing it previously, right? So honestly, I'm not joking. If you want to learn how to do all of this and kind of, you know, get on fire like that level, honestly, ask people in like Papicha in the community chat. They're literally in the chat right now. This is how it is inside the Papa Fam, in the coaching calls, in the community. I'm teaching you this stuff every single week on coaching calls. So there you go, guys. All right, so ask for yourself. That's why I recommend you join Zero to Full Stack Hero. Second link in the description. Join us at the best Papa Fam, honestly, the best family period of developers. All right, lifetime access is amazing. All right, so now here we're going to refactor this from that is open to, we're going to say const, and yeah, we're going to say const, and we'll say is, no, sorry, I'm going so blank here, 1 second. Yeah, here we go. Const is open, and we also have close modal inside of here, close modal, from use modal store state. And then we basically need to get the two things. So it will be state.isOpen and state.close modal, parentheses close. We can then get rid of this. And as you can see, isOpen is already working the way we want it. But on close, all we need to do is simply say close modal. And that simple refactoring allows us now to basically use global state instead of the state that they've used. Right? You can feel free to take a look at all their transitions and stuff, but right now we're just going to get this set up right quickly. Yeah. So on the column now, we have the plus, the green plus, which was here, plus circle icon. So on that column, I want to be able to open the column when you click it. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to go up to the top where we have our imports, and I'm simply going to go ahead and pull in the open modal from our use modal store. Now, simply put, all I have to do is go over to my plus circle icon, and on click, I simply pop in open modal. So what this does is when I click the green button now, it will open up the modal. Now, as you can see, I think I need to just change one more thing, I believe. I think we're good actually. Yeah. So let's go ahead and try it out. Okay. So let's go back over. So now when I press my green button, so let's go ahead and make this full screen. Green button, let's refresh. I don't think I'm rendering my modal anywhere though. That's the thing. Yeah. So I'm not rendering the modal anywhere. So I think I have to put it. Yep. There we go. So my bad. Don't do that. Of course, the modal is not actually rendered anywhere yet. So what we've got to do is where we render the children at the top level, I want my modal to appear, right? So modal, like so. You can have nested modals, whatever you want to do. In this case, I'm doing it like this. So you've got modal, okay? And then now what we can see is if I click on plus, oh, we get a deactivate account, right? And obviously that's not looking very pretty. So I haven't got the styling here. So I'm going to show you, but as you can see, it's almost something. It's almost something, right? But you can see like I've got, if I press escape, my modal is opening and closing. So if I click, I can click out, I can press escape, and it's there. So let's get the styling done now as well, right? So let's get the styling sort of nailed in so we can make this look beautiful. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and show you how we can change this entire thing now. So the transition, we're going to say appear. Oops, sorry. So a few changes need to happen. So transition should be appear. Okay. The dialog is going to be on close, sorry, that's my bad. And then we're gonna have a this is gonna render as a form. Okay, so this will be a form that we're gonna basically pull up, right? And then we've got a class name. This is gonna be relative, and this one's gonna be Z of 10 because it should come in front of everything. Okay, we've got all of our styles accordingly. We've got the fixed inset, and I'm going to change the div style here, right? So this div, I'm going to change it to be the following. So I want to have that one instead, fixed inset background black with the opacity 25. So it basically dims out the background a little bit. Yeah, the background. And then where we've got transition child, so here, so this is where mine's different to theirs. Yeah, so I can't remember where I got my example from, but I modified it heavily. I believe it was styling the dialogue. Yeah, it was a mixture of this. So if you go to styling the dialogue, you can actually get the styles, right? So yeah, I actually had this in there as well. So what you can do is on styling the dialogues, I kind of want to show you so you can just copy this as well. So right here. So I want you to grab this one with text center P4. I'll tell you what, I'll do it this way. So I'll show you what I've done, and you can just pause the video and just add it in yourself. That way you won't mess it up. Okay, so on the transition child fragment, I want you to go ahead and just pop in the following. So see this div, so we've got a fixed inset, and then I need to go to the surrounding transition child. So when I mean surrounding transition child, I'm talking about, here we've got two. Why have we got this? We don't need this one. Forget that one. Get rid of that. We're going to have a div after this one. So after this transition child, we're going to close out the div. We're going to close out this div, hit save. Okay. And then inside of the transition child, we have the following. So yeah, that's correct. No. Dialog form. Yes. Okay, that's correct. Okay. I now know what we're doing. Yes. All right, I got so mixed up for a second. So you want to have a transition child for the backdrop. Yes, that's right. So you want one transition child with that background opacity, and then your second one is for your container, which makes perfect sense now, because this one will be the one where you basically have the panel and everything displayed. Well, that's right. So then we have the dialog panel. Okay, so the dialog panel now is going to be, so what I would suggest you do is, I'm trying to find the best way to explain this to you. So let's have the dialog panel first. Okay, so this is a dialog panel, and I've applied a bunch of styling here. You can feel free to just take your time and copy it out. Then we've got the dialog title, and I've styled this out for you. A lot of it is all around making it centered, all of that good stuff. Okay, so here, add a task. So I just want to show you, we've got the add a task button and so forth. And then I'm going to have a div with the ability to add some information inside. So I'll add that one afterwards. But right now, let's just test this out. So let's go to Trello 2.0 clone. Let's go ahead and refresh, and let's add in. So you can see, there we go. There we are. That's better. So one of the transition child was for the backdrop. The other one is for the center. That's exactly what I wanted. Yeah. And now we are basically going to go ahead and add in the input field and all that good stuff. So what we're going to do is we're going to have a input type of set task. So new task input. So this one is going to be the task input, and this is going to be in the global store, because we need to know that beforehand. We need to have access to that. So I'm going to add that in here. And now new task input, we're going to create a piece of state inside of the board store. So let's go into board store, and let's do it here. So set task input. So new task input is going to be here, like so. And initially, this will be a blank value. And then we have set new task input and set new task input. There's no reason why I'm putting it wherever I am. You can honestly mix and match them. So I'm going to put this one down here, just separate some of it so you can see. Yep, set new task input, and then go down here. And this one is basically going to be a function like so. So it'll be, just pop it in here. So this one basically takes input, sets the new input, done. Okay, then we go here and we need to import them in from the board store. So that's the modal store. So now we need to go ahead and grab it from the board store. So I need to get a bunch of stuff actually from there. So let's go ahead and just add it in one by one. So we do const new task input, set new task input, and we basically map it accordingly, like so. It says it's not there. That's interesting. What have I not done? So, oh, okay. Use board store. See, TypeScript saves the day, and then that will know. Right. So this is looking great, guys. We're almost at 1,000 likes. Let's go. Oh my God. Right. So now you can see it's a enter a task. So that's great. If I go ahead and do @ oh, look at that. Nice. If I type out now, you'll see it's part of the global store. So it's still there. Right. So this is looking great. Marcus says GOAT. That's what I'm talking about, dude. All right. So now we've got that. That's looking perfect. So the next thing is we need to create this radio group, right? So this radio group being here, I need to have this really nice group. Yeah. So we're going to create a component to handle all of that, right? And that's going to be in global state as well. So it's going to be a radio group. I'm going to call it the task type radio group. Okay. And again, these are all coming from Headless UI. So I've got examples and all that good stuff. So again, if you're wondering how did he get this code, blah, blah, blah. 1, it will be in the Papa GitHub repo. And 2, the documentation in Headless UI literally has these examples so you can take them. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and make a new component here called task type radio group .tsx. Sorry, my bad. .tsx. Right. RFCE. And then what we want to do is basically go ahead and create this. So I've actually got an example. Let me see if I can show you the example. So if we go to Headless UI and we go to radio group here, so you see this, right? This is an example very similar to what I've done, right? So here you've got your example and so forth. So I want to actually go ahead and change it to what we have. So you know what, screw it, I'll show you my one instead. Let's do my one. So what we have is I need to create a type of all the different options that are going to be available to us, right? So the first thing is we've got the 3 types. We've got types is an array, and it's going to be ID to do name, description, and the color. The color will represent the color. Then you got the title, description, and then the ID. And that's going ID is going to correlate to what we go ahead and map. Okay. Yeah, Ashkan, you can go ahead and do that. Yeah. So the UI looks seamless. Yeah, it's really nice, honestly. Yeah. So now we've got this looking pretty like solid, and then this will actually be a use client component because it's already rendered. But by default, it will know that because it's being rendered in. Yeah, the RAFCE does a React functional component. Okay, then what I'm going to do is pull in the use board store, so the task type. But now what we're going to do is we're going to store the user selection. So this we're going to refer to in the board store as task type, right? So new task type. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set it up for us. So we're going to do use board store. So I need to create a set new task type and new task type inside of our board store. So let's go over to board store, go to the top. New task type will basically be, I believe it is a typed column. Yeah, so it is going to be a typed column. And then we've got this set new task type, which is going to take a column ID like so. Okay. Now for the set new task type, we're going to have a very similar approach to what we previously did. Was the other one, just put it under there. Okay. And now you can see we're good. So what's freaking out here? New task type. Oh yeah, I need to give it an initial value. So if we go to the top here, boom, like so, new task type, sorry. There you go. And now this one's freaking out because we do not have a new task type. Oh, that's because it needs to be, my bad. It needs to be one of these, so to do. So we'll start off with the to do, top value, yeah? So that's great. Now we've got the values working over here. So now we can hook it up in the way that we expect it to. So what I would recommend is you can honestly go ahead and take this and like basically change it up as you need it. But what I've done is made your life always easier. So we've got I'm going to have two divs. So let's just take this out the equation, and I'm going to have two surrounding divs. And then I'm going to have another div here. Okay. And then in that middle div is going to be where we basically nest all of these options, right? Now, inside that middle div, what we do is we have something called a radio group, right? So in that radio group, I'm just going to keep listing it out. So radio group, we have like so. We import radio group from, let's go here, from Headless UI. And as you can see, we've simply on the change of the radio group selection, it will modify it, okay? And then Headless UI handles all the complex stuff that, the really kind of cool, quirky stuff. So inside of there, we're going to have a div. Yeah. And this div will have a space. So class space Y of 2. Now, here we're going to map through all the types. Okay. So all of the different types here, we're going to map through. So this is quite a big chunk, to be honest. What I will do is I will show you the entire... I have two options here. I want to show you, I kind of want to just dump it in and show you because a lot of it is just styling. Yeah, I think we're going to do that. I'm going to show you. All right, I'm going to chop it in because honestly, it's just a bunch of styling and I can explain the whole thing. So between these two divs, I'm just going to add a bunch of code. So I'm literally just mapping through with a bunch of styling, okay? So I'll show you exactly what we've done here. So we're mapping through all of the types. We're mapping through all of these three types. This one, and this one. Each one is a radio group option. The key is type ID, the value is type ID, and then it's got a class name, and you get these render props called active or checked, which allow us to know if that group or that selection is active or if it's been checked or not, okay? So what we've done is we've dynamically styled accordingly. If it's active, it will have like a ring around it, just a bunch of styling, and then we've got a relative bit of styling around it, okay? And then what I've done is I've rendered a inner thing. So that's the actual option itself. Then inside of the option, I've rendered the actual label. So this is going to be the name, the description, all that good stuff. And then the circle icon, I'm actually going to go ahead and pull this in as well. So now if you basically gone ahead and checked it, it will have a circle next to it. Okay. So now we can go ahead and enter that. So in a nutshell, you can pause it, take your time over that. But I'll be honest with you, that's just styling and a bunch of other stuff. And it renders out as a P tag, as a span and so forth. Okay, so I didn't really want to spend too much time on that, but you can get the access to the code in the public GitHub repo, and we literally show you all of it. Okay, now inside over here, I'm going to go ahead and just bring my lighting a little bit up because it feels really dark. There we go. That's better. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to my modal, and I'm going to basically pop it in. All right, so this one right here, import from our thing. And now if we go over to our Trello 2.0 client, oh, look at that. Oh my God, it just surprised me with beauty. Look at this. Wait for it. So we go ahead and press this. Oh, lovely. Yeah. And look, if I tab and I press down, look at that, guys. So beautiful. And if I hit enter, right now nothing's happening because I haven't got to submit. Yeah, but we can type in this value saved. And just to show you, you see that it's actually saving that value. We're eventually going to do it. So if you click to do, it will automatically be on to do. If you click done, it will automatically be on done and so forth. So I'll show you how we do that as well. Right. So yeah, that's cool. Now that's that bit done, which is sick. We can go into the modal and we're simply going to have the file input now as well. So the file input. So here, this is where you're going to have a file picker option. Okay. So here, it's crazy. It makes me think, how much code do I write sometimes? Damn. Okay. So here we're going to simply have an upload button for the file. So this one is basically going to be this upload image button. Okay. So what we're doing here is we're actually going to go ahead and hide an upload button. So like an input field, right? So there's a special input field, like a special trick to going ahead and hiding something. So what you do is simply pop an input field in like so. And we need to create a reference to it. We make it hidden, but we make the type file, right? And then what you do is you say on change, and then you can basically do a bunch of stuff with it. So I'll show you exactly what we're going to do here. Firstly, we need to have an image that we store in the global state, and we need an image picker ref locally that we can attach to. But basically the goal is that this is essentially a UI element. When you click it, I'm tricking it by using the same ref to click the input. So it thinks it's clicking. So basically you're clicking something else, but its reference is clicking the input, the hidden input, right? And then it basically opens the file prompt. So it's a very nice little trick. inside of this, right? So what we can do is just firstly handle the reference picker. So we can go ahead and do the following. We import use ref like so. Go over here, handle image picker ref, done. And then set image is we need to go ahead and do. So in this case, we're going to go to the board store and we're going to add our image. We're going to say image. And this one, I believe we do have an image. No, so it's a file or no. Is there not a cleaner way to do that? To do what part? Sorry. To do the hidden image thing, the input. No, I mean, that's the way I would say do it, but you can do it in many, I'm sure there's another way, but like I've seen that in production builds a lot. Like people do that because then it's also web scrapers are seeing that as an input, which you can select, right? So that's why sometimes it's kind of good to do that. Set input, we also need set image. Where's my image at? Set image at. So let's go ahead and pop this in here. And then for the set image, I'm going to go ahead and make it very simple. That does make sense. No problem, dude. Good question. So in this case, I'm going to pop it in here and set image. And then the image needs to have a default value. The image can be no to begin with. This is a file, so it's fine with no value. There we go. Save. That was oh, that's a strong thing. As we've got some strong members in the course that would highly deny that. So in this case, I don't like the negativity here. Out of here. All right. So in this case, we've got this. We've got members in the course who love it, right? So honestly, it drives me crazy. Jay, keep on it. So in this case, we've got add a task. You're always gonna get haters in any field. You're gonna get haters, so it is what it is. But we don't tolerate it. Bye. All right. So in this case, we're gonna go ahead and do. I've lost track now what I was doing. Set image. Yeah. So set image. We're gonna go ahead and do use board store. We're gonna say image set image state dot image. Pat Peachy goes, it's funny to see. Honestly, I know, right? It's crazy because Pat Peachy is a proper member in the Bubba fam. Samit is a member. Like, it's crazy to see, like, as in, speak to real members, guys. Like, it blows my mind when we hear stuff like that. But yeah, I've never even heard of that guy, right? Sunny is one of the few YouTubers that could actually survive as a dev. That should say it all. Thank you, Ed Harris. I appreciate that. That is what I'm talking about. Yeah. As in, I've done production. We do production work. That's what I'm saying. Like, as in, my teaching comes from a lot of real pain, like a lot of pain in the production environment. So I am literally talking from the stress of day-to-day coding. So yeah, it's funny. But yeah, we're Papa Fan is way stronger than that, right? So now we basically set the input. So this is a hidden input now. So now we can do some magic around it. So if we go to the modal, and we do the following. Input, where is it? Yeah. So now I'm going to basically say where we have the button. In the UK, we call people like that a waste man. That's what we say. All right. So in this case, we got a div. So I'm going to pop this in there. And then I've got I'm going to put it inside the input. There we go. So this div right here, this is where I basically check. I say, if I've got an image, then I want to show like a preview of it, right? So I'm going to use the Next.js image tag to do that. So I'm going to say Next.js image tag source, and I'm going to basically use a URL, create object URL from the image. Now, this is going to be important because we're going to basically, we are going to use the image that we set later. I'm going to still fix that step up, but yeah, this is going to be something that we need to do in a second, but I'll show you that in a sec, right? So we've got the image here, and I need to go ahead and do this. Hit save. Thank you so much, Zeman. Appreciate you. All right, Ed Harris, you can tell you've been through the pain, don't worry. Honestly, man, I want a boss. Exactly, dude. I love it. That's the true. You know you're speaking to devs when you can relate on that level. So cursor, no. Okay, what's happening here? Why is this freaking out? What is missing? All right, just because I have a props property. Is this? Okay, there you go. Bam. I didn't import the right thing. So that will obviously break because it will be asking me, you haven't whitelisted, you know, the domain. So I'm gonna do onClick here, and then I'll say this one should set. So basically what I wanna do is if you have an image here selected, it's gonna, when you hover over it, it's gonna become grayscale with like a no cursor not allowed icon. But I've basically done it in a UI sense of you click it and then it gets rid of it, right? So that's how we're doing it. So set image of no, and then yeah, that's it. Yeah, cool, that's good. Yeah, so basically when you click that image, it's gone. Yeah, that makes sense. We're done. Then I think I haven't got the current fancy looking upload image button. That's what I was missing. So my div here above my, yeah, here, there we go. This bit was a bit of a tongue twister in my head to get around. So there we go. So upload image. I'm also going to have a photo icon next to it. So photo icon. And this one can have a class name of height of 6, width of 6, and margin on the right of 2. So it's not touching inline block. Now you're probably wondering, is it touching? Because this I'm going to make a flex. So this one's going to be, I'll tell you what, I'm going to save myself a bit of time here because we've got a lot left. So this is a bit of styling for the button to get it to look like you see here. So that right there, yeah. So that's good. Now, when you click this fake input button, basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to say on click, right? And this one is basically going to say the image picker ref. So image picker ref dot current dot click. Right, so basically what this will do is you can basically protect yourself with some optional chaining. But now what this does is it essentially clicks that hidden one, that hidden file picker. So that way you don't get the ugly file picker, you get this one, right? After I've said, how do you do so much coding? That's what I'm saying. It takes time and practice, right? Like, man, if I was faking it, I swear to God, that would be so much effort for the gain, right? All right, so in this case, there you go. So now if I click the upload image, we should see a file picker. I'm not going to show too much here. There we go. I'm just going to hide it a bit. I don't want to show something that I shouldn't show. Okay, but the point is it works. Okay, so if I was to go ahead and show you that, so if I click into this, trust me, that works. I just did it, right? So I'm going to do it, and you'll see it that it. Okay, I don't. Anyway, the point is that look, it's there. It's there, right? We have it, right? So you can see a file picker. I just don't want to show my stuff. And it keeps going to the same folder, which is a bit annoying. So in that case, that works, right? The file picker. So let's go ahead and I'm just going to pick a image right now. Say screw it. I'll show you something. 1 second. So I'm just going to pick the Trello clone, which is a thumbnail. And you see it closed, right? The reason why it closed is because it was submitting, because that's the only button there. So what it does is it by default thinks that that's the submit button. So you say type of button and it does it that way, right? Oh, Christopher goes, first live show. Glad I could make it. I'm glad you can make it too. Ed said, if you're faking it, it'll be immediately obvious in live stream. Yeah, man. Live streams are hard. I'm telling you, like, it takes a lot of time, man. You know what I mean? It takes a lot of time to get this down. And it takes practice, and yeah, but I appreciate you guys. That's the main thing, right? You guys are absolutely awesome. So close, guys, so close. So let's go ahead and check it out. So in this case now, if I was to upload, so in this case if I upload Trello clone, you can see now, look, I have this, and if I click it, it goes away. So that way you've got this. They're all the thumbnails anyway, so it's fine. Yeah, so in this case it pops up, and as you can see now we've got that. So my decision now is if I've typed in a title, I want it to go ahead and show add task, right? Thank you, Ed. Appreciate it. So in this case, we've got the underneath the div, I'm going to have another div with a button inside of it. And in here, I'm going to say add task. Okay. Add task. Now this one, I've got a load of styling on it because it's got different states and focuses and everything. So I'm just going to show you what I end up putting in, but it's fairly straightforward. Like, as in, if you actually just take your time and read it, it's inline flex, just first center with a bunch of basic styling here. But when you hover over it, it's got outline. And when you focus means when I basically have, like, when I highlight it. So now if I show you this, you see, like, if I tab, you see when I tab, it's got the focus ring. That's what the focus visible ring part is. Okay. Now for this part, this button should be the submit button. So if I want to submit, it should be that one, right? And then we want to say disabled if I do not have any task input. Okay, now you can see if I don't have any task input, it disables that button. Okay, so what's awesome about this now, guys, is not only is this looking pretty good, right? So if I go to the top div, something's bothering me. 1 second. You get OCD about things when there's things like this, like that you can spot from a mile off. So class name, margin top 2, and there's also yes, I want to see some unit tests. Oh god damn it! You sound like my old project manager. Now I'll make a video on unit testing Cypress. I do it in the course actually, to be honest with you. Yeah. So in this case now, so you can see if I was to type in like take dogs for a walk, and then if I do tab, the up and down arrows, tab, upload image, enter key, click on something, tab, enter key, bam. You see what it did? It submitted, which is wrong. I'm going to change that logic. But the point is that it's fully accessible. I'm using keyboard shortcuts to navigate that. So this is why Headless UI is really good. Just as a heads up, okay? Heads up. Okay, so at that point, people are like, Sonny, you've been coding too long. That's what happens when you code too long. You get weird. All right, so, so at this point, we've got the dialogue, and then I'm going to have the on submit. That's the final part here. So we've got the on submit. So as form here, I'm going to say on submit, handle submit. Now this one, handle submit, I'm going to go ahead and make a function at the top. We say const handle submit equals E. And then basically I've got a nice trick here. Yeah. So, and this is my coaching students love this in Zero to Full Stack Hero, where basically if you don't know the type definition, here's a trick that I promise you will change your life. Yeah. So look, go to here, type in E, like as in make an arrow function, hover over it, and now that's the perfect on submit, as in like every time you don't have to do the manual work and headache of it and all that stuff. You just grab the form event, and now uncomment this out, and boom, do the relative, like the appropriate imports, and now you have the perfect type definition. E.prevent default to make sure it doesn't do anything like that. We're going to do some defensive coding, so if there's no input, it shouldn't do anything anyway. And then we're going to have an add task button, set image to no, and we're going to close the modal. So I'm going to go ahead and pop in the final part there, set image to no and close modal. But here we're going to do an add task. Now I need to create the add task, which is fairly straightforward. We just don't have it yet. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create, eventually it'll be something like this. It'll say add task, and then this one will be something like add let's do it here. So state.add task, add task. Okay, why is that freaking out now? Yeah, that's it. Okay, so state.add task, use board store, go into my that one, board store, and here where we have delete task, I'll add it here. So add task is going to be containing the following. So it needs a bunch of data, and this is basically going to push it into the database. So you can see we've got the add task function here. That's the signature I want to use, and then we're going to have a bunch of data to basically push this in. So this is probably the bigger chunk. Yeah, this is definitely a bigger chunk of what we need to do. So let's go into the bottom. I'll put it right at the bottom. So here I'm going to say add task. Now inside of here is basically going to be responsible for quite a lot, right? So this is going to be responsible now for the image uploading, because basically if you have selected an image now, we need to upload it to the correct storage bucket, and then we need to get the URL and put that inside the image, and then we need to upload that, and then we need to update all the UI and the on your global state. So I'm going to show you how to do all of that. It sounds really complicated, but I promise you it's not actually that bad, right? So at this point we've got let file equals image or undefined. So we've got a file here, and then basically I'm going to say if there is an image, we need to do an image upload. So I'll show you this and I'll explain each chunk. Okay, so if there's an image, file uploaded equals await upload image. Now this upload image, we need to go ahead and actually create this function. All right, so I've created this helper function for us. So we're going to pause here. We're going to go into our lib. We're going to create a upload image TS. Oh my god, we're nearly firstly, how are so many people still watch this? Is nuts. Yeah, secondly, we're like 9 likes away from damn. Somebody says don't forget to add to the end of the function that you assigned to click listener, Sunny. Which function was that, by the way? Let me know, because I might have slipped. Yeah, upload Upload image. Let's do it here. So upload image. You're right, actually. Yeah, you're right. That was in, where was I just at? I've completely lost it. If you can tell me, it'll help me out, right? So at this point, I'm gonna pop in the function and explain it. So all this is doing is it's basically a function that will, oh guys, I have to say it. I need to say 1,000 likes. That's what I'm talking about. I have to celebrate it every time because it's so nuts. Like I honestly can't believe, you guys, I thank you so much. You guys are awesome. Honestly, I say that from the bottom of my heart. So this is actually, that's huge. 1,000 likes in this stream. I didn't expect that. That's huge. Thank you so much, guys. All right. So at this point, this file uploaded is actually I forgot to make this a environment variable, but in this case, I'll show you. I don't mind showing this one. So, I mean, you would set this as an environment variable, to be honest. So let's just, rather than do that, I'm just going to set this one manually to save us a bit of time, to be honest. But here, to do storage, what you do is you go to your storage, and all we need is I got you. I'll do it. So you copy the bucket ID. Okay, so this one, if you hover over it, you'll notice it says bucket ID. So this bucket ID in this case was that. Then what I'll do is ID unique, and then we pass in the file. So I want it to have a unique ID, which is passed in from Appwrite, and then it will return us the file after it's been uploaded. So it's fairly straightforward. Inside of here, this is where it was. So it was thank you, dude. There you go. My guy, thank you. That's what we're talking about. That's how I know you guys are focused. So in this case, upload image. And now you can see what happens is if there is an image, const file uploaded, this will basically go ahead and upload the image. Now what will happen is, oh dude, that's huge. Peter Wilson says, thank you for these videos. I'm finishing my software engineering degree, but your videos have taught me more about industry knowledge than 5 years of university. Have a great stream. Jay, screenshot that. That's huge. Thank you so much, dude. That's an amazing comment. I'm blessed that I could help you out that way. So thank you so much for tuning in, man. That's huge. If a file was uploaded successfully, we're going to basically take our variable, which was either an image or undefined, and we're going to set it up in this way. Remember, bucket ID, file ID, that's what we went ahead and set up, right? So that's basically handling the image uploading section. And now what we do is we can handle the next part. So that would have uploaded an image. Then what you want to do is you want to create a document, okay? So creating a document is fairly straightforward, right? So the next part is to add it to a to-do, what we do is we pop it in like so. Await databases, create document. We can import the ID from Appwrite, and we've got the database ID, collection ID. This is the to-dos collection. We're saying add a new document with a unique ID. This is going to be a title, status, and remember what we did before, the same trick with the file. We're saying if it exists, then I want you to add in the file being the image, right? So this is actually the image here. Okay, the image is the one that we passed in, but I didn't want to mix it up, so I said file. So then that way you basically will get an image attached to, and we're stringifying the image, remember. So this will be like, if there's an image, we're stringifying the bucket ID, the file ID, or that kind of stuff, because it's just text, right? So it's easy to do. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to destructure the response to this with the following. So we should get the ID back. So I need the ID, right? So once we've added that, now what I can do, guys, is I can go ahead and set the new task input as blank firstly, so that way when you open up another modal, it's set in the right way. Then what I want to do is basically have the front end react accordingly. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to set the state to be the correct thing that I need. So basically I'm going to do a big set statement here. So we'll do set like so, boom. And inside of here, what I'm going to do is I'm basically going to make a copy of the columns. So remember, immutable pattern, we don't like to modify existing objects. We should always do a better way. Then we're going to grab the to-do that we would have added. So this is basically making our own optimistic update. So this is where the front end is going to go ahead and update and so forth, right? Camille says, yo, Sonny, I remember learning with you, dude. I remember Camille popping up on the stream 3 years ago, and now I'm a senior dev. That's huge, man. Thank you so much for sharing that. That's awesome. Jay, screenshot that. That's cool. I actually remember a Camille popping up on the chat. So what we're going to do is we're going to get the column that the person has entered the to-do into. So in that case, if it was in progress or so forth. And then if there was no column, then it's going to set the column ID and add the to do. Otherwise, it will get the current column and push it in. Okay. So in this case, we actually already do this, to be honest, with the first step, but it's like a backup if that first step failed, right? So when we fetch the to-dos, we actually were fixing this. Mohammed, thank you so much for the $5 donation. Appreciate you, man. That's huge. So once we've got the new columns all set up, we're simply going to return the board itself. There you go. It's coming in there. Nice. And then we will pop in the new columns themselves. Okay, so now what we should see is the ability to upload an image is successful. Okay, now before I test this out, I want to make sure that we, because I want to do something like, I want to be very ambitious here and make sure that it kind of all works in one go. Basically, we've got the ability to add the new task. So first things first, I need to actually go into the modal. And I need to enable, as in I need to connect it up. So add new task is basically here. So now it's going to add the task like so. So we basically pass in the new task type, the new task input, and the new task type. The new task type I can get from the following here. So task type, and here we can say state.new task type. Whoa, Unal, thank you so much. TRY220 donation. I'm not sure what currency, but I mean, thank you, man. That's huge. Keep up the good work, mate. Greetings from Turkey. Oh, it's Turkish lira. Oh, nice. Awesome stuff, man. Thank you so much. Yeah, new task type. Thank you, man. I appreciate you guys so much, honestly. Right, new task type. It makes me really like, honestly, so many donations today. Wow. The energy today has been off the chart. Honestly, it's so sick. It makes me, I'm coming back stronger than ever. Like, honestly, I'm going to be back on these streams. I missed you guys so much. Such a good vibe. And now let's go ahead and test it out. Yeah. So let's do our test. So wait, no. So we add it. So this will successfully add it, and it should update the UI. It was what we did in the board store. Now, the only thing that we have to do, that's roughly $10. Damn. Thank you so much. The only thing we have to do now is on the to-do itself, I have to show the image. So I want to do that now, and I want to whitelist all the domains that we have to do. That's the final sort of part, I guess. So what I've done here is I've actually created another helper function which actually gets us the correct thing. So Sunny, your energy is top notch. Thank you so much. Yeah, I appreciate it. In this case, okay, so what I'm doing for the to-do card is I've actually made sort of a helper function to sort of get us the URL in the correct way. So basically, okay, let me show you how we do this. So I'm going to create basically the URL. We store the image bucket and file ID. Now the problem is that doesn't give you a URL to render on the screen. So we have to create a function called getURL.ts, which is my helper function. And what this one will do is it basically uses the storage module, and then basically we pass it our image, we give the bucket ID and the file ID, which is what you need to get the file preview. And because our access permissions are open right now, it will give us a file preview URL, and that will allow us to render something out as a URL. Okay, so that's how we're basically gonna do that part. And then what I want to do is the to-do card, I'm basically gonna have a use effect whereby if the to-do image exists, it will basically fetch the image and then it will like upload it on itself. So I'll show you how we do it. So we've got the to-do card. We're gonna have a piece of state which is going to be resemblant of the image, and by default it's going to be null. Okay, now when that to-do card mounts, what I'm going to do is very simple. Okay, all I'm going to do is I'm going to say that like when the to-do item re-renders, this code should re-render. Now if there is a to-do image, okay, if there is a to-do image, what I want to do is have a fetcher function inside. So I'm going to say fetch function, so fetch image equals an async, because you can't run asynchronous code unless you have a wrapper function inside of a use effect. So eventually we'll call this function. There you go. And then what I want to say is const URL equals get URL. So I'm going to say await get URL, await, or like song. This is my jam. I'm going to say await get URL, and then I'll say to do image, right? And then this one's freaking out because we haven't imported it, so we're pulling that in. And you see this one's not applicable because type is undefined. Now the thing is, I've already done a safety check here. For some reason it's not picking it up, so we're going to go ahead and ensure that it's there. Okay, then what we can do is, oh, Jimmy in the house, what's up? That's up, man. I love this, man. You got OGs in the house. Papa fan members are all here to support. I love it. Madzu says, just subscribe. It's amazing. Thank you so much. I'm glad you enjoy it. Right. So I'm going to say if there is a URL, right, from this, then I will set the image URL. So locally. So basically what's happening here is when the to-do card mounts, this one's URL to string because it will actually come back as a URL value. So this will be an actual URL, which we can't show on the screen. It has to be a string value. So when the to-do card mounts, it's basically gonna on mount. It's gonna, if there is an image, it will fetch the image, add that to the state of that to-do card component. Okay. Then what we can do is we can basically say if there is an image there. So if the image is there, now we can go ahead and do the following. We can say div, and I've already got some idea of the style here. Tell you what I'll do. I'm just gonna pop this in because this basically is what I'm gonna do anyway. Bam. So I've got my div, and right now my image I need to import from Next.js. So we're basically relative, heightful, widthful. It doesn't need to be relative. I had that before because I was trying something else. But width of 400, height of 200 to make sure it renders, efficiently. We don't need it any bigger than that. And then I'm basically making it take the entire width and height of its where I'm putting it. Now, in this case, object contained means that it doesn't shrink or act weird or look weird. Now, if I've done this all right, this will be crazy. But what I need to do is I already know that it's going to freak out about the pulling images from a domain which we haven't whitelisted. Now we're pulling all of our images from the Appwrite cloud, right? So in this case, we're gonna whitelist that domain. So now it's the moment of truth, guys. Are you ready to see if the add task worked? Because honestly, I've done a lot of changes there. I didn't test it out, so I'm pretty confident in myself. But I think anything's possible. It could fail at any point. So right now, we should have put all the pieces of the puzzle together in a way that will allow us to open the modal, add everything to the modal, click add, and then it will basically add that to the back end, and it will upload the image if there is an image that we put there, and then it will re-render because we changed the global state, and then it will show the image on the screen because that would have triggered a user effect on the to-do card, which would then fetch the image, which will load it. So all of that should happen fairly, no stress, right? No stress. The only thing I need to change is the to-do. So when I do this, right, when I click done, I want it to automatically highlight done. So that's the only thing. I'm being very fussy now. So in column, I want to do that last thing because that's clutch. That's really nice to have. So when I basically handle add to do, so when I press on the column, so right now, so here. So I'm going to basically change open modal to handle add to do, and I'm going to create a helper function at the top, const handle add to do. It's going to be a little arrow function, and I want this one to basically open the modal, but I actually want to set the type. We already have the type new task type here as well, so I can basically go ahead and say set new task type. I can pull it from the board state. No. Set new task type. And then I'm going to basically say set new task type to the ID, right? Now what will happen is it will modify based on which one I clicked. So if we've done this correctly, guys, when I click on to do, it should have to do selected. Cool. If I click on in progress, hey, look at that. If I click on done, nice. That's what I'm talking about, right? So I don't know what happened there. I don't know what I did. Right, but if I go ahead and type in, if I click out of there, okay, that's weird. Right, so let's type in this, take the dog, or let's just say build a Trello 2.0 app. Upload an image, Trello clone. Cool. Add task. Okay, so it should have, okay, ouch. Because I didn't restart. I did do that. God damn it, I did do that. Right. I'm going to go ahead and restart my server. I told you it's a little bit buggy when it does that. Yeah. But in this case, it's fine. It's fine. I'll take that. I am pretty confident that will work now. Yeah. Let's try again. So firstly, it's going to go ahead and see. Let's see now. So everything's okay. Augustine says, Kudos to you, son. You're one of a kind. Thank you so much, bro. All right, let's see. Oh, that's what I'm talking about. Look at that. And you can even move it over there. So let's go ahead and move that over there. And let's create another one. And let's call this one create a core app. Upload image. What other apps have I got? I've got like the DALL-E 2 and GPT. Cool. Boom. Let's go ahead and add that. Now let's see. Oh, yes. Let's go. Let's go. Look at that. That's sick. That's sick. All right. And if I go ahead and throw it over there, then this will show that everything's persisting. And if I was to just put the icing on the cake, let's, for example, delete this one, move this one over here, move this one over here. Now we should have tested all of our functionality. If I refresh, it should persist in that exact state. Perfect. And then if I type in Trello, boom. Just as the beat dropped. It couldn't have been cleaner. Couldn't have been cleaner. That was nice. Look at that. You got the GPT working, everything. So obviously right now I done it so fast that GPT didn't catch the board exactly, but that was cool. That was cool. So in this case now, it should say, oh no, it was right. It was right. It's because I had Trello. Yeah, it was right. I knew it was right. Yeah. Nari says, since the LinkedIn clone, me and my team learned React from your videos. Now we find our own way to deal with our work. It's a shame we can do nothing for you, but thank and smash that like button. Bro, honestly, the biggest thing you could do is be a supporter. That's it. That's what the Papa Fam is about. That's why I'm doing what I'm doing. That's why I'm able to help you guys the way I can help you guys. So you guys are awesome. So thank you so much for just period. You guys turning up, that's enough. That's it. I'll keep bringing this. As long as I can help you guys become awesome developers, that is it. But look at this, guys. Such a cool build, honestly. Yeah, there will be kind of edge cases where, GPT might freak out or fail. That's GPT. Right now, it's still a bit beta-y. But right now, I think the only thing left to do is get this out into the development environment. So this is probably, it's lagging. Yep, there you go. It's lagging. See, I know it. Yeah, because right now, I've got it set in the correct way. It will work. Right, so yeah, see, something here is, to GPT, where I spammed it and moved everything around was just a bit crazy. But let's deploy this, right? Let's get this out. So I also have loads of things open, so it's probably getting confused. Right, let's get this deployed. So what I want to do now is I'm going to show you how to deploy in Vercel, right? So I've got a few tricks to this. Let's go over here. I'm actually going to cut my app, right? And I believe that's all the features done. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. The real purpose of GPT in this build was, honestly, it was to demonstrate how you can basically pass information to GPT to provide a summary. In this case, the summary was very basic, but the point of it is to provide the platform, show you how you can use Next.js API to send data like the to-dos in a to-do board to the OpenAI API, and then you can basically get a summary of it, right? But in the end of the day, you can really take, that's the platform and that's the approach to do it. Then by knowing it, you can actually go ahead and really customize as much as you want. But the point is, once you know how to do that simple step, I say simple, once you know how to do that step, then it's you can really customize it however you want to do. So I hope that helped. Yeah. Okay, so this is sick. Final push. Let's go, Jay. Let's go ahead and do a deployment now. So we're going to say Vercel. Right, so if you haven't already done a deployment in Vercel, it's actually really slick. So you need to install the Vercel CLI, right? Or you can do the GitHub approach, but I'm going to show you the Vercel way. So I've already installed the Vercel CLI. So just Google Vercel CLI. So Vercel CLI. Also, if you haven't used Vercel, we have a very special link. And if you use that link, Jay will share it now in the chat. And we'll also pin it as a comment. I believe it is in the description. But Jay, if you could share that link, that would be great. But yeah, we have a special link in when you're using Vercel. It would mean a lot if you use that link, because if you go ahead and actually, continue to use it, it supports the Papa Fam, and yeah, it's just a win-win, and it's free for you to use. So the link's going to help everyone out. So Jay, share it in the chat, and then we will pin it as a comment. Okay. So the Vercel CLI you can go ahead and do. And Nico says, will the code be available on GitHub afterwards? Yes, it will. So Jay just dropped it in the chat, vercel.com/ambassadors/Sunny Sanga. Right, so feel free to hit that up and you can go ahead and check it out yourself. Okay, so now you can go ahead and see. Oops, no, I don't want to do that. What am I doing? Okay. Oh, it freaks me out. All right, so let's go ahead and do it. So Vercel CLI, you can simply import it. Then I've already done it, and then you do Vercel login. I've already logged in. So now you can do Vercel to deploy. So set up and deploy, yes. it will ask me which one. So I'm going to do Papa React. That's my account. Link to the existing project. No. Okay. Then we can say, what's your project name? I'm going to use the basic project name. In which code is your code, which directory is your code located? So this one, setting up your project. Okay. So in this case now, we can just let it do its thing. Modify, nope. It's very simple to set this up. And then there's 2 steps we're going to have to do now. So this will fail. I'm telling you now, it will fail because it has no environment variables. So this will actually fail right now. So what I want you to do is go to the Appwrite clone here, settings, go down to environment variables and here. So now what you want to do is open up your code, go to your environment m.local. Oops, what am I doing? No. Go to your m.local and I'm going to hide my screen, but I want you to click it. Okay, so click inside it here and copy everything. So Command A, copy all inside your environment file. Right now, once you've done that, I want you to go to the what's it called? I want you to go to the project settings page here and paste. So I'm going to paste everything right now. So I'm pasting, right? And then I click on save, right? And as you can see, literally, if I press Control V, paste it, it pastes it in and it comes like 4 blocks here. And then it adds it and then you click save and it will add over here. Then now that you've added it, what I want you to do is basically cancel this build and do Vercel once more. Okay. And then I don't know if I'm going to make this, I'll share it a little bit, but I'm going to show you a little bit because otherwise it's connected to an actual build or OpenAI account. It's going to get a little bit crazy, right? So, but yeah, you guys can see. So right now it's doing the inspection, so you can click it. And now we're redeploying with the correct things in place. Now this might fail based on some silly reason, but we can check ourselves. So you're going to let that do its thing. And if that all goes through, then you'll see a deployment complete, right? So in this case, we can go ahead and check. Now, in the meantime, I'm going to read some of the comments, right? So let's see. All right, so in Sunny, in the beginning, you used the shortcut to show us the responsive website on different breakpoints and see what you used. Yeah, so when I'm resizing a lot of the screens, I'm using something called, I used to use Spectacle, and I think it's called Rectangle now. Is it Rectangle? Yeah, Rectangle. I'm using something called Rectangle. So type in Spectacle Pro or Spectacle app, and then they basically changed it all to an app called Rectangle. That's how I do it. Okay, it's deployed. Right, it's deployed. I just want to test it and see if it is. Okay, so this is good. Yeah, so it's good. So now you can see it deployed, but nothing shows. Now the final step to getting it working is, this is the URL. So what I want you to do then is go to your, where was it? Go to your Appwrite settings. And now here in your Appwrite settings, you need to go to overview. Oh, sorry, settings down here. And you need to go to your domains. Where is it at? The custom domains. No, it was, where's that setting gone? It was very easy to find. Databases. Is it here? Settings. No. Okay, where is it? Okay, I found this literally a second ago. And it's going to drive me crazy if I don't find this. Okay, where is it? Here it is in platforms. Click on platforms. There you go. Localhost. Yeah. So you want to paste in your domain. So you want to do this, and then you probably need to get rid of HTTPS. So that's the one. Yes, yeah, so you want to do that. And localhost is always protected, by the way, so you can use it. All right. But now if I go back to my app, there you go. Boom. You can see it. All right. Now this is going to go crazy if everyone starts going on it. So obviously I don't want to do that. But yeah, you guys, I'm not going to give the URL, but it works. Okay. Now I'm going to hide that screen because I just don't trust. I've learned from experience, I don't trust people. All right. With YouTube stuff, and they're going to go crazy and stuff. So you guys can feel free to check it out yourself if you caught the link in time. But yeah, this is actually it. So I'll tell you what, screw it. I'll share it. I'll share it. There you go. Bam. I don't care. Have a look. Right, you guys are probably going to go crazy on it, so I need to deactivate that key, but afterwards on GPT, but it's fine. You can have a little play around. So Sahib Singh says, hey Sunny, do you update content in your course? Yes, I do. I am always updating content in the course. And again, if you want to join the course, 0 to Full Stack Hero, we literally update it every week because we have weekly coaching calls inside the community. So every single week, those calls are getting recorded and added back in. And plus, I'm adding more module content. I'm shooting literally all the time. I'm adding more and more content. Everything I ever learn, I go ahead and put it back in. So you can feel free to go ahead and keep on adding things in. Someone said never trust the internet. Something I swear, dude, I've learned too many times. So all I recommend is, guys, if you are on the fence and you kind of, you're not sure if you want to join something like a 0 to Full Stack Hero community course, right, whereby you have not only the course aspect but the entire community, the support, all of that stuff, then I recommend you go to popreact.com and you just give it a watch for yourself, students, and hear for yourself. These are our students, these are real students, and this is what the course is about. It's a family of developers who are just, honestly, we've like nailed how to get students from 0 to their jobs. Like we know how to do it now. We've done it really well. We know how to get people past their sort of, the things that they're stuck on, all that kind of area. So we've pretty much put everything, our heart and soul, into this course. So make sure you go ahead and check it out, popreact.com/course. Give it a read, check it out yourself. And for a short time only, podcast 10 gives you 10% off because we're going crazy with the podcast lately. And I hope you're enjoying it and I hope you watch that stuff. So as always, this has been seriously next level, this build. I didn't expect it to pop off like this. It's been absolutely incredible and fun and awesome. You guys have actually added a bunch of things. Glad I didn't make it responsive, but as in real time. So right now, as you guys can see, this is all you guys adding it. This is lit. I can see you guys adding stuff here. This is cool, man. Thank you, Sunny. Awesome. I love you. I love you guys too. Thank you so much. I'm going to hide it for now, but yeah, you guys can see for yourself. And again, once again, if you want to join us, check it out. And also don't forget, we have got the University of Code where you get daily coding problems sent straight to you. So yeah, this has been a game changer for our students. Where basically want to have daily challenges. So we send you a daily problem into your inbox, and then straight up the next day you get the solution to that problem. And it's like a Sudoku puzzle to constantly keep your coding skills evolved. Right, so me and Jay work on that to the point where sometimes I don't even know the challenges, so it's really cool. Even I did it, right? I actually did it on my own thing, so it's really, really fun. So we need a website, but thank you so much, guys. This is awesome. Everyone, thank you so much for tuning in. I'm going to give a quick rundown as to what we did in this app. I'm going to make sure nothing else is badly hidden. So, I mean, somebody swore on it, so I have to delete that one, but he said a good thing, but he swore, so I have to hide it, right? So in this case, what I'm going to do, guys, is I'm going to just give you a quick rundown of the build in the way that we know how to do it. Where's the right song? Where's the song at? Right? It's been a lot of fun today, honestly. I have to admit, it's been like one of my favorite builds, and I'm shocked because it's been such a sick build. Where is it gone? Oh my god! Where's the Puppet Fam theme song? All right, I need to find the song. All right, let's we have to end it right. Oh, there we go. All right, there we go. That's it. Guys, also, if you want some good news, for those of you stick around, it's like the post-ending credits to a film, right? I have some incredible news. So if you haven't already, or you've been excited for it, because you stuck around for this song, I'll tell you right now, we have a huge, I mean huge, 5-day challenge coming up. So you guys have wanted it. You guys have wanted something bigger, better. We have so many freebies that we're going to give away to you. We have a 5-day AI next generation developer challenge, which is going to include all of the latest stuff. You guys have seen the level of the level of things that these builds are coming. Me and Jay have been working so hard behind the scenes to make sure that we still get these videos out, but that we can get you guys more and bigger and better things. So 5-day challenge is coming out very shortly. Stay tuned. Thank you for tuning in always. This has been the Trello 2.0 clone. That's been your sneak peek to the challenge, and I hope you've enjoyed it. We learned a bunch today. Next.js, Appwrite Cloud powering the entire thing. We had the beautiful drag and drop functionality. We had GPT behind the scenes. So cool, guys. Honestly, you guys know how it is, right? We're trying to always keep up with the new tech And as I mentioned, like some stuff works, some stuff doesn't. The main thing is that you stay onto what the market wants and you become a valuable developer. And that is what we are doing here at the Puppet Farm. We're creating developers in the world, helping you transform your everyday life. With that said, love you guys so much. I hope you enjoy this video. And as always, like, comment, and subscribe if you're watching the replay. And yeah, just thank you. Thank you so much, guys. Yeah, on that note, I'm signing out. I will see you in the next video. Peace.
Doing what we need to do. Staying up all night. Everything is alright.